you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. You say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty. Say honesty, honesty, and you 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 say honesty, honesty. And you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty.
Esto es como
honesty, and you say honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, and you say honesty, honesty, say honesty.
little adjustment here. Sometime listeners and viewers, good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan. I'm your host, Will, the Rebel. Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook, and YouTube. I sincerely hope that you're having, wherever you are, you're celebrating the holiday or not. Big up to a whole bunch of people in the chat here. Russell, you're listening to me from South Africa. Good, sir. In Captain J. We need a new DJ, right? Scratching. Okay. Denise. I wonder if Denise Gopi is Anne-Marie Gopi. Anne-Marie Gopi, I know. I don't know. Taurus King. Yeah, Don. Good, good, good. Oh, Catherine. Oh, you're working on Monday. Ah, so sorry. I hope they get time and a half. Caroline. I hope you have heard beside. Oh, Denise Gopi. That's Anne-Marie Gopi. Yeah, Junior. Yes. Me see him one, man. See him one. Yes. Jaquan. Bless up, bless up. All right, listen. Today, Denise and Marie, yeah. Today we have some very important news to share and some significant topics to discuss. Professor Kenute Thompson will lead the discussion regarding employment and poverty because that's been a hot topic for the last, I don't know, I was going to say for the last several weeks, but actually it's been years. And we'll also have noted human rights attorney, our brother Isaac Buchanan, should be joining us. And he will continue the discussion of Chapter 3 of the Jamaican Constitution. Yes, Catherine, time and a Oh, I said that. Yeah, I said that. Um, yes, okay. Isaac is going to go ahead with the, continue with his series on the Constitution. And last week, by the way, was a learning experience because I I got a lot of responses as a result of what he did in terms of explaining Chapter 3, fundamental rights and freedoms. And today is going to be no different. It's going to be a learning experience. So I hope we have our notepad and we have our pencil with us so we can take some notes because we want when you go out and you start talking to people, you can talk to them in an intelligent manner. You don't want to say, well, your hear say or your dream say or your feel say. No, you want to be able to point to specific references in the Constitution, and that will end our conversation. As usual, we will take calls after the presentations because right now the phone line is down. We turn it on. Once we turn the phones on and we start taking calls, please, as a housekeeping matter, when you get a chance, ask your questions right away because we have what we've been struggling with is trying to get as many phone calls. People, they tend to give an opening and then they ask the questions. Because I believe that everybody should be heard, but it's just a couple other people mentioned to me that, listen, if you can get people to just quickly ask the question and listen to the answer so that other people can get a chance. So I'm asking you, as a housekeeping matter, to just abide by that. Once it is open and you call and say, if you can get to the question as quickly as possible. You may need a few seconds to kind of like lay it out, and I'm fine with that. But in terms of just, all right. What I'd like to do at this point is I'd like to play a video, actually 2 videos. One of them, most of you, for more than 3 weeks, you've seen it. But something clicked when I watched it a few days ago. When I watched it again, actually, a few days ago. We're going to play a second video. And that second video is a video by the PM. So let's go ahead and start this video. I won't play it because I'm going to ask your question, because I'm not sure if we all got this point out of it. So here we might have to put this one into. Hold on. Kevin, where this thing is not working. Let me try the other one. Got Kevin take a break from me already. Kevin. Uh, hold on 1 second. Because I need these 2 videos before we can. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, listeners, thanks for your patience. We just had a slight delay here, and I see we're joined by our brother, Isat, who's looking cool, calm, and
How are you to stand up for what is right? If it means going against
All right. Can everybody hear me? Let me scroll down here and see something. Yeah. Pull this down. Ethernet. All right. Let me bring over ISAT.
Greetings.
All right. While we wait for ISAT to join us. Ah, there he is. All right. Welcome,
Yes,
welcome.
yes.
Oh, you get the memo. You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
All right.
They're doing you bad with your internet, though.
Good, 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 good. All right. Listen, folks. Yeah, it's just weird. We do everything, but what happened is that, and I'll get to it. There's a piece in the monologue here that I'll get to concerning technology. It may be
Mm.
long, but it won't last forever. No, the first video I played, many of you have seen it, and before, and you walk away with the message that Professor gave us, which is that people, if issues don't affect people, they don't say anything. But I
Mm-hmm.
walked away with another message, and that is, if fearful, they won't say anything. And I think that's probably the most powerful message in that classroom, because people were afraid. People were afraid that, look, because the professor chased her out of the classroom, if they stood up to him, they probably would have been chased out as well. That's what I got from it. And then so it's two things. One is people don't say anything regarding issues when they're not affected, and two, when they're. Then we move to the second video, which was the prime minister promising to be hard on corruption, and this was way back. I think this was like 2020, but he had made similar speeches. He had made similar speeches back in 2016, 2017. The reason why I played those videos is because I would like all of you people, all of the listeners, all of my family members, understand that we care. The issues may not affect us directly, but we do care, and we're going to speak out. And the second thing is, we don't fear. So we care and we don't fear. And that's why we're going to speak out. And that's why I'm pleased to announce today that the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund is up and running. Yeah. You guys have been waiting for this news for, I don't know, more than a month. But it's here now. So you can send your donations at this point. And Kevin, can you just put up the banking information, the routing and the account number? You can send your donation via Zelle through the email, which will be listed on the screen shortly. Starting next week, the website, well, the web by next Saturday, and be able to make your donations
Yeah.
via credit or debit card. But as of now, we can only collect donations in the chat, the Citibank account. Yeah, it's in the chat. So that's that. The website will be completed by next Saturday. I've seen parts of it, and it will be completely finished by next week, by our next broadcast. As of now, the foundations and will be increased to include representatives from the UK and Jamaica. Because remember that regardless of our differences, political, social, educational, whatever, we are one Jamaica. Now, the essentials of the foundation. One, the foundation will seek to hold present and past public, including parliamentarians, hold them accountable for wrongdoing, acts of corruption committed in the past, in the present. So if somebody committed an act of wrongdoing, corruption, 3 years ago, we're not give them no lie. We're going to go after them. I'll tell you how we're going to go after them. Also, if we get information involving private individuals, like we call them titans of industry, business people who are involved in criminal activity, for example, money laundering, that information will be handled in an appropriate manner with law enforcement intelligence to include the FBI's International Corruption Unit, Homeland, etc. So we're not turning away any information, but it's just that some information we will deal with directly and some we will forward elsewhere. Here's how we're going to do it. The foundation's mandate will be addressed via lawsuits. Wherever we can establish jurisdiction, whether it's the UK, Canada, Jamaica, the US, lawsuits. We're also going to have a public relations campaign. And most of you have heard about the issue regarding beaches, unfettered access to beaches, or the lack thereof. We will have a public relations campaign specifically set up for this issue. And this is an issue that every Jamaican can deal with. Every Jamaican, whether you're JLP, PNP, UIC, uptown, downtown, roundtown, everybody can identify with this issue. And the last thing we're going to be doing at this point is looking at the background of suspicious politicians. And when I say suspicious, meaning that, the illicit gains issue, those folks, yeah, we will be taking a look at them. And the way we will look at them, it's not the way that they're looking at them in Jamaica, because in Jamaica, I don't believe the Integrity Commission has the access to look at things globally. They look at things locally. Well, we're going to be looking at those issues globally. And we believe at this point that some of these politicians, they have things away. Well, we have the ability to find those things. Whether them have them in a FIDEM name or move them in a somebody's name. Somebody said even the PM. Oh, Kevin, somebody said that they cannot see the information, the banking information is very small. All right, Kevin will take care of that. Fix the show before you come on here. The show was fixed before I come on here, Kezia, believe me. But yeah. But I welcome the comment. But it was fixed. It was fixed like from early this morning, from 1 o'clock this morning. Kevin and I were on the line. It was fixed, and then we checked the system another 2 or 3 times, including just before we came on. But as I stay, the show must go on. Another thing we'll do is we're gonna set up, and he's not here, Herb Nelson. We're gonna set up secure communications to receive and protect your information and your identity. So we're going to be using Proton email. We're not going to be using Gmail, and we're not going to be using Hotmail. And we're also going to be using Signal. So if you want to call us, you use Signal. And if you want to send us an email, you'll use Proton. When Herb joins us, I'll have him explain all of that to you. We will also provide transparency regarding the expenditures of funds. Just last night, before I got online with Kevin, I met with the audit, and I'm supposed to meet with the bookkeeper and the accountant next week. So there will be complete transparency, because we're going to remove any element of doubt or seed of doubt that people may plant that, yes, this is a scheme to defraud people or any such thing. And the last thing I'll talk about for now is that board members will not receive a salary. This is all voluntary. No salary for anybody sitting on board. People in the work, like the investigators, the lawyers, the public, they will be paid for their services. But people sitting on board, they will not receive a salary. All right, now many, including government officials, have referred to social media critics of the government as mischief makers And even worse, the programs hosted by these critics have been described, critics of the government have been described as talk shops. You know, people say, yeah, all them do is just chat, 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 and they don't do anything. Years ago, that characterization would have been true because those shows focused on speculation, sensationalism, hearsay, and the wrongdoings of government officials would barely be exposed. So people talk, 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 but they never really got to the meat of the matter. Now things have gone to another level with social media. We are now taking affirmative steps with evidence to address public corruption, and the foundation is a step in the right direction. So we leave the foundation piece for now until we get Herb Nelson on the line. Let me say many, many thanks to all of you for tuning in, and please continue to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Technology. Changes have been made to stabilize the signal until the permanent fix is completed in about 10 days. I'm willing to give my ISP the time that they asked for, the 10 days. If the issues are not addressed after that, then we will just get a new ISP. It's that simple, right? So mugshot, mugshot, mugshot. Yes, indeed. We're turn up Trang with Ratty. Yes, Catherine. Yes, 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 yes. Vibing with the natural. Rob Thomas. Oh, yeah. I hope this is not one-sided. No, 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 no. And Rob, maybe you didn't hear what I said earlier. If we have that the opposition party is involved in wrongdoing, is involved in corruption, we will address those issues as well. We're not playing favoritism here, you know, because at the end of the day, this is about the people. It's not about political agendas. No, no, it's about people, policy, and production. We could care less about party and politics, right? So let me just make that absolutely clear. Now, the issues today, I won't mention anything about Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith, except to state that a section of the website will be dedicated to her so that the curious and the naysayers can see all of them I've compiled to show that she did not
never
file
leave out the political wife.
services. What was that? What was that I
Never
said?
leave out the political wife. Never leave out the political wife. Ensure that you have a space just for her.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah. So we're gonna show that she received the gift and she didn't account for it. She received, and that this was a clear violation of laws and administrative regulations. Again, folks, no allegations, just facts. So rather than listening to me talk about it week in, week out, you can go and you look at the government complaint will be there. But most of the documents you see there, US government, and they'll come from the government. And then you can look at it and just follow the documents, follow the dates, just follow the documents, read the documents, and then you make up your mind. But there are no allegations here, just facts. Now, regarding the unaccount file an appeal, because the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining have refused to provide further information. As I told you guys that Minister Kamina Johnson is central to all of this because she was the one who went to Morocco.
Your audio is gone. Your audio gone again. People in the comment section, you might be onto something, you know. Every time he says a particular name, the sound goes out. That's why I don't say the name, you know, because I don't want my sound to go out either. So I don't dedicate sections of a website to anybody because I don't want them friends to pop down my internet. So I'm very careful. But let me behave myself while Mr. Rattigan work on the song. Hey. The Yeah, so Rattigan people, we go have to ensure that Mr. Rattigan actually has they tell what's Tesla internet that they can't mess with that. So what I certainly had to do was to get that the X internet to ensure that the local internet services they don't have the power to shut you down or cut you because Elon Musk love his money, and he certainly would not he would not allow anybody to do that to him. So that's the starting point. Yeah. So yeah, Tesla satellite internet is perfect. In fact, it's called Starlink, and for sure, I've not had any I've not had any issues with it. So I don't know if you guys still hearing me, because I see that Rattigan is not there. So I don't know if I'm still on the platform. Yeah. Um. Yeah. So are you still hearing me? Just somebody say yes. I know that I'm still on the platform. Oh no! So entertain. Wow. What a you I'm sing a song. No. So no. So in terms of the foundation that he was speaking of, and certainly the movement and what he's going after. I noticed that in any space, anytime you start to criticize corruption, everything goes wrong in your personal life. But Rat is committed to certainly tackling those issues, and so I know the diaspora and all his supporters will support the cause, and several things will come to light, um, which is of great import in terms of the development of the little island Jamaica. She is being mishandled and mistreated respectfully, so we expect that somebody said I must do the drift. But I know say I would do it, you know. Don't set me on because I might have to turn on TJ and start drift, and we don't want that. We don't want that. But yeah, so that was a basic aspect of it. But I came back again this week to complete my segment on the human rights. And the irony is that, as I said last week, we were going to talk about start with equality before the law, and also the right to equitable and humane treatment by any public authority in the exercise of any function. And right in the middle of that, I mean, like just like that, so many things happen in the local space. You just have to smile in terms of um, this whole highlighting the two different Jamaicas and where the interests of the people lie. But at the end of the day, the power remains in the voting capacity, and mature consideration into whether or not you think um, moving forward the same government retains power, or there needs to be a shift for there to be any change, if at all. If at all it's possible for that to happen. And so that's really what it is. But we are, I'm gonna use the word, if I can use the right word. So people telling me I should be careful. But anyway, we have to look at what our reality is when dealing with that, and certainly what what Rattigan has done by setting up this the legal framework to challenge corruption, to highlight it, to public education. Um, these things are what is important. Mario Dean. So see, the thing about that is I keep saying this in terms of and I'm not detracting, but so many persons lose their life every year in the space, and not just men generally, but children as well. They are missing, not unaccounted for, and every now and then the media highlights one or two persons that it sets the narrative for persons to exercise. I don't even know if I can use the word morality, but it's we have not been able to tackle crime um, as a nation, and we pretend that you know it is something that is acceptable. What I will say, um, the double standards is certainly something that has to change. So when somebody loses their life, you don't have to be from uptown, or you don't have to be light skinned, or you don't have to come from a good home for the nation to be upset. Rattigan is back. And versus this whole thing about even how somebody just asked me, even how
All right.
investigations are done.
You can't hear me?
We're hearing you, but we're not seeing you.
Oh, hold on.
Same on you. You're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah. So that's the aspect of it. Um,
All right.
bringing
You guys
bringing
can hear me?
equal treatment. We are hearing you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And you're back.
Yeah, I can't see a Herb. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, good, good, good. All right. Now, Herb, I made the announcement regarding the uh, One Jamaica Legal
Yes,
Defense
now?
Foundation. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, no. Bring the camera up. Yeah, down a little bit more.
Okay.
Down a little bit more. Ah, perfect. So,
Okay.
what I did was I explained to them about, the establishment of the account. The information is on the screen. And then I also spoke to them about the secure nature of receiving information through Proton and Signal. So
Signal.
if you don't mind, can you just go ahead and just talk to them about Signal and Proton, please?
Okay. Proton mail is something that when I was with Cyberpol, we examined the various methodologies of sending information in a encrypted fashion. And Proton mail Unfortunately, it's used by a lot of the the cartels and other folks who want to cover their tracks because it's not traceable. But we have to share it and we have to use it. And blessings to you all too. I can see you sending the blessings out there. Thank you very much. We have to share it and we have to use it because we have to protect you. You, the person that's sending us information or sending us important data, um, you have to be protected. So, what you have to do pretty much, you can download Proton Mail from protonmail.com, and you have a basic account which will protect you, and you don't have to worry about getting caught up with with uh, with being tracked or traced when you have Proton Mail. Now, one warning I need to tell people is if you have malware on your computer that's transmitting stuff out of your computer, away from your computer, you need to really clean up your computer, have it thoroughly checked, or use a separate computer to load the Proton Mail and just exclusively have a limited use of that one computer. All right. So that is pretty much the utilization of Proton Mail. We are operating with Proton Mail, and that means you're encrypted from the minute you put it in and send it to when it gets to us. It remains encrypted, right? So ensure that you clean up your computers in order to load the Proton Mail. Now, on your cell phone, you will have in your Google downloads, you can download Signal. Signal is what our good friend that uh, Isaac just spoke about utilizes. He has the Isaac. What's the name of that
Starlink from Elon
Starlink?
Musk.
Starlink. Elon
Yeah,
Musk. Yes,
yeah.
Elon Musk uses Signal, and it's very secure. A lot of this stuff is being run by the Swiss, and they don't play favorites. So I would say to you, um, search for Signal in your Google Play Store and go ahead and download it. I will try to show you an image. If you have never seen the Signal image before, I am gonna show you. Oh, brother, if I can bring this up, can you see it, Will?
Herb, you disappear in your background.
Okay, I don't know why. Bring it closer to the computer and it disappears on me. That's not good. This is crazy. I don't know what the hell's going on. But the signal, it's a blue border, and in the center, it's white with the dots going around. I just wanted to make sure you could see it. But the closer I bring it to my camera, it just disappears. I don't know what the
Right,
hell's
Miss
going
Bram
on.
Bram. Miss Bram Bram, say your background screen is reactive. You need to change it to none.
To none. Mm.
Mm.
All right. I will. Let me see if I can.
That's it. That's what you're talking about, Herb, right there. That signal.
Yeah, that's signal. Yeah, there you go. That's the signal. And with signal, you can designate it as a text, your main text, but you will not receive text from ordinary text from other people. You can do text between each other and phone calls between each other, and that's encrypted end to end. So if you're going to talk to somebody in the UK or to Canada or the US, you can use Signal as well as you used WhatsApp. WhatsApp has a lot of backdoors, and this is why Elon Musk doesn't utilize it. All right, the big boys are using Signal, and your end-to-end, your conversations, your texts, they're all encrypted in Signal. Now, I
Yeah,
should tell you that Proton Mail also has a phone system as well as the means to text, right? But I did not pay for an exquisite account. I simply pay for a regular account. This is different than the business account that we have, right? The business account has a lot of features to it, which we haven't even begun to explore as yet. But at least the one jam leg def, which is one Jamaica Legal Defense Fund at Proton.me, that is where you can communicate with us, right? So pretty much secure communication is the big key, especially when you're trying to pass along uh, very important information or tip-offs to us. Or you want to communicate that you want to be a member of a particular group. Maybe you want to discuss I don't know, Will, if you introduce any discussion on the constitutional reform, if we're going to have a committee, but that, we have a lot of
no,
intelligent people in our audience, and maybe they want to do suggestions based on studies that they might have done, or they may
right.
have.
No,
Yeah, go ahead.
no, I didn't touch that. We've been having some difficulty with the
Yeah, I
technology here,
realized
but
that.
yeah. But let me
Yeah,
just say to somebody just mentioned that it's not all bad in Jamaica. There are good things, and especially when it comes to government. Here is my take on that. On that, good things are supposed to happen in Jamaica. We should come to expect good things in Jamaica. So when we should even focus on the good things, it's the bad that we have to focus on to make it good. What if you start focusing on the good and then you forget about the bad, or you do it at the expense of the bad? Then what good is that? We need to focus on what is bad about Jamaica, because what is good about Jamaica, we will accept it. We expect that. It's just like our politicians. When a politician does something that is good, we shouldn't ray him up and big him up or anything like that. No, because guess what? That's what the politician is supposed to do. You can't big up people because they're doing what they're paid to do. If they go above and beyond, yes. But if they're doing the bare minimum, they're doing what they're expected to do. You can't big them. You can't focus on it. You focus on the bad things because your point is to get that person to start doing the good things, to get him to up his game or her game, right? Or to get the bad things to focus on the bad things so we can change them and make everything good. Everything won't be good, but we try. So that's what we're doing. But anyway, the fertilizer piece, I was talking about that, and I had to and it's funny, people say that every time I mention a certain name, the thing does crash. So I don't know. But anyway, here's the document. I don't know if I don't even. You know what? I won't even show the document, Kev. Suffice it to say that they didn't give me the document, and so I'm forced to now file an appeal, which I did about 2 days, 3 days ago, and we will wait and see what's going to happen with it, because I think they're caught between a rock and a hard place, because they cannot explain where the missing 200,000 plus pounds of fertilizer went. And so they answered the first thing and gave me information and gave me numbers. And when I went back to them, I said, your numbers don't make any sense. things are missing. Almost 200 pounds that I can deduce from what they sent me are missing. So they have to explain that. So instead of explaining it, they just shut down on me. They're not giving me any information. But by law, they have to. So we're going to force them. So let's move away from the fertilizer and Minister Kamina Johnson-Smith. Last week, I also mentioned the lack of leadership exhibited by the police commissioner, Anthony Anderson, and the battle between the JCF and Rowan James, Chairman Rowan James, chairman of the Police Federation. I also mentioned that some of the chairman's personal information, this one we have to put up, Kevin. I also mentioned that some of the chairman's personal information was leaked. This information is confidential and should not have been placed in the public domain, even if it had been requested under the Access to Information Act. Well, to test the system, I have requested the information. Big it up to Kevin. If you can, let me see, can make it bigger so that the folks can see it. Where is the? Yeah, right there. Oh, go one more. Can you guys see that? All right. Take it. Take it. Go down somewhere. Go down somewhere. Go down somewhere. Let me see. Okay. All right. Let me go back up. All right. Here we are. Right here. This is what I sent them. All right. There it is. This is what I sent them. And if you look, you see it says, "Good morning. It's my understanding that you are the Minister of National Security's responsible officer for ATI request. Therefore, I kindly submit the following ATI request for your attention." And look at the request. Here's a request. Kindly provide Corporal Rowan James's complete medical history and his time and attendance information, including sick annual leave for the period 2007 to 2009. And in the event that there's another Rowan James with the rank of corporal, please note that I'm referring to the chairman of the Jamaica Police Federation. Thanks in advance, right? And this is what I received a few days later. Good day, Mr. Rattigan. This serves as an acknowledgement of your access with request to Corporal Rowan James. Same will be dealt with accordingly. I'm currently on leave, therefore I've copied this to my colleague, Mr. Green, who will assist in this regard. No, they have 30 days to provide this to me, right? Now, let's see if they're going to release this confidential information to me. I can tell you that they won't. And I can also tell you that they shouldn't. Of course, they're going to have a difficult time explaining to Mr. James's lawyers how the information could not be provided lawfully, but ended up in the media. So, Chairman Rowan James, if you're listening to me, get your lawyers ready, because I am sure that they're going to tell me no. And once they tell me no, I think a couple media houses and the JCF, they're on the hook. So, and when I get the response, by the way, when I get the response, Chairman James, I'm gonna send you the response. I'm gonna send you my inquiry and their response, so that you can put that in your lawsuit as an exhibit. I have told and offered to help the JCF fight violent crime in Jamaica through a partnership with the South African police and the South African Hawks, which is the functional equivalent of the FBI. That request was roundly rejected. By the way, Beryllium could have also used the help last week. Well, my former colleagues at the SAPs and the Hawks, using real intelligence for more than a month, they surprised and killed 18 gang members in a raid that was conducted yesterday. 18 people. They managed to get these 18 people in one spot, wipe them out. They're all dead now. 18 of them yesterday. There's a gun battle for about, I think it was like 60 minutes, 90 minutes, whatever it was. And when the smoke cleared, I think one policeman was injured and 18 gangsters dead. The intelligence showed that these gentlemen, well, I don't call them gentlemen, these crooks, they were planning to commit crimes. But this is what real intelligence is about. You don't catch one over here and one over there. And somehow they managed to get all 18 of them in one spot. and the gun battle started. Right now, we'll wait to see if the shoot was legal. But as of today, we know there are 18 people who are planning to do things in South Africa that will not be around. But well, they're no longer around. 18. So, and the people that were in charge of that operation, I know them very, very well. I have some South African people on the line. Big up on yourself. But the people from top to bottom in South Africa, I know them very well. So I'm still open to helping the JCF fight crime. And I think that they should establish a relationship with the SAPs because they have similar crime problems, but the SAPs, they're doing a whole bunch of things, or at least trying, right? And the JCF could learn a hell of a lot. Beryllium could learn a hell. In fact, I've spoken to Beryllium before they changed from, it was Guardsman to Beryllium. I
Guardsman,
spoke to
marksman.
them. Yeah, I spoke to them about this, telling them that, listen, cash in transit heist, South Africa, they have the expertise in this because they've seen so many cash in transit heists take place. And I have some videos about some of the things that these criminals have done in South Africa. I won't even show them because I don't want to give the Jamaican criminals any ideas. But devastating things that they've done over the years. And so the police, they've had to adapt and make changes to deal with these things. And so one of the things they've done is they've increased their intelligence capability so that they can actually stop crimes before they happen, like what happened yesterday, right? 18 people, think about that. 18 crooks, and you know that you don't really have anybody innocent. And I'm just saying this based on the fact that it was a gun battle for, I don't know, almost an hour. Police shooting, people inside the house shooting, and it just went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So that's where we are. Now, let's get to Mr. Everton, Jarrett, and others. The time for allowing disruptive parties in the chat is over. Over. The foundation is up and we have work to do. Therefore, we simply cannot tolerate impediments and frustration to our efforts to right the wrongs in Jamaica. You can criticize my ideas, but please provide solutions. That's it. Criticize me and put solutions. But the personal attacks, no, we won't tolerate it. And individuals who peddle in this distraction will be blocked immediately. Keep in mind, Kevin is on duty. And if we should miss anything, please bring it to our attention so that we can just get rid of these folks out of the chat room. Now, please don't forget to tune into Reggae Global Radio tonight at midnight until 2 and relax with the Rebel. In light of the establishment of the foundation, I have created a playlist that focuses on our history of slavery, colonialism, neocolonialism, so-called independence, poverty, racism, corruption, tribal politics, etc. You may dance to the music tonight, but we are hopeful that you will reflect, as we say, Ola Meds, and be encouraged about the need to address the ills plaguing our beloved country. You will hear tonight, you will hear the impassionate plea of Burning Spear calling for proper remuneration of our public servants. You will hear Bob and Bunny calling for liberation and revolution to free the people from the ever-changing and everlasting bondage. You will hear the ghetto anthem from Agent Sasko giving thanks and praise for the little that poor people have. You will hear from Kabaka, P, and Bujubi lamenting the destructive and corrupt actions of the politicians. You will hear Protege and Taros identifying how the system is designed for the benefit of the few. You will hear Morgan Heritage educating tourists to look beyond the glitter, glitz, and comfort of the resorts. And we will end the program with an uplifting message from none other than the veteran Shinehead. So tune in tonight to Reggae Global Radio and Ola Meds. Shout out time. May the Almighty continue to bless all of you, especially Mama Eileen, Papa Trevor, Ma P, you're the power mine. See him with Mama Eileen. Desmond, Paul, I hear what happened. No lovely, but we're keeping our prayers. Ma Jean, Bob, Glad you get out of the hospital, Virgin, and everything all right. And of course, Mrs. Nelson, Herb Nelson's wife. Big shout out to my family by blood relations, choice, and nationality. And that is every single one of you, including the ones that will get blocked. Big up the Reggae Global family, the Meadowbrook crew, the Firehouse crew, the Rallington crew, Admiral and the General, stay so. The shrinking middle class and the expanding poor class struggling to make ends meet. As Chronic said, a time going come when all of we are going to realize that the whole of we are ghetto people. Time is fast approaching. Let's move on to future presentations. We will continue to have interesting guests. And as promised, I will compare and contrast the throne speeches, the sectoral presentations, the debate presentations, the 2016 and 2020 manifestos, the 2022 JLP conference speeches, various interviews, and I'll do all of that to highlight the government's failure to deliver on its promises. And some people say, why you focus on the government? Because under the Westminster system, there's only one government at a time. It's not like the American system where, the Republicans, you may have a Democrat president, but then the House is controlled by another party and the Senate by another party. So everybody has some share in deciding country. In Jamaica, once you lose and you become the opposition, you really have no say. No say over the purse strings, no say over policies, nothing at all. But what we plan to do, beside looking at the government, is also to look at the opposition. And I've called out the opposition for their support of the states of emergency. I've done that, and I will continue to call them out for that and other shortcomings. But they don't have any real power. They have a seat, but they have no power. So we're dealing with people who have the power. However, if you can show me where under the PNP administration corruption occurred, the foundation will take it on. Again, I'll repeat for those who are just joining us, we don't care about politics and party, we care about people. And as I've said many times, I don't care who you vote for, provided you're an informed voter and you vote your issues. You vote for issues like education. Oh, education. That's a that's a joke in Jamaica right now. But education, you vote for jobs, you vote for infrastructure, you vote for health, you vote for security, you vote for those things. If the politician who represents you is doing all of these things, vote for him, regardless of the party. Vote for him or her. If the politician has been there for an extended period of time and hasn't done those things, then vote for somebody else. I don't care who you vote for, but you cannot vote for the same people who are not addressing your issues. That makes no sense. All right? So that's where we are. Now, today we're gonna start. We start out late, and then we had the disruption with the technical issues. But be that as it may, the show goes on, and we're gonna start today with our brother, Attorney Extraordinaire, Isat Buchanan. My brother, welcome, welcome, welcome. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. This is attorney extraordinary. Man, them get me in trouble down here, you know that them have the whip on my back out here, you know. Anyway, yeah, so
I said,
yes.
before you start,
Mhm.
somebody forgot to tell me you guys were color coordinating today.
No, you know,
Somebody
this
we didn't know.
this by
I
chance.
didn't talk to him about any color
It was
coordination.
yeah.
I didn't. In fact, I'll tell you something. I had on a blue striped shirt, and Kevin can attest to this. And what happened? It was causing problems with the screen. It wasn't showing, proper, clean. It was an unclear, distorted picture. So I went at the last minute and changed and put this on. So there you go.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys must be on the same ESP wavelength, though.
I think we are.
All right.
Yeah, it's a
It's a good sign. Yeah.
Yeah, so we were definitely speaking last week about the Charter of Rights, and we were at section 13.2 and speaking definitely about the the various rights. We had stopped last week at the right to freedom of movement, and I said how significant it was this week that we speak about 13.2G, which is the right to equality before the law. This is so interesting because how the courts interpret equality before the law is going to determine whether or not you have this constitutional right is violated. So it speaks just so what it says: equality before the law. So there must be a law in place that is breached or violated for you to be able to access this right, or say that state organs or the state has agents of the state has violated this particular law. So you have to ask yourself, or we have to appreciate that we want to know what is a law. So we know definitely outside of the Constitution, it is a law enacted by Parliament and goes through the Senate, and once it is approved, the Governor General, Rattigan's favorite friend, will put his rubber stamp, similar to how they had amended the Constitution to allow for extended period for persons who ought to be retired to continue on in perpetuity.
One of your favorite friends.
My favorite, always gotta love them. Tricks are for kids. All right, so because of that, now we look and we say, is this law in place? So once the law is in existence and they are using the law not for all but for one, then you can scream that there is no equality before the law. For instance, let's say you're an ordinary Jamaican and you're suspected of a crime, and the police come and haul you out, put your name in the paper, show your medical records to make sure you look like a bad person, and your picture is shown, and then you're arrested and you don't get bail, and then juxtapose that with a politician, maybe 6 of them, who are in unjustified enrichment or whatever, and if it's corruption and they have the evidence, but they can't put their names out, or they don't tell you who they are because they have to protect their reputation. You can see clearly how the law operates in terms of due process of the law, is that they use one set of people, get a certain respect, and the law operates how it ought to operate for them, but not for the ordinary citizen. Then you can show in your Section 19 constitutional claim that there is no equality before the law when dealing with you being suspected of a crime, the manner in which you're arrested, and the manner in which your information is put out to the public, for there to be a public trial against you, as opposed to the class of people who are protected. So the key thing is there must be a law, and you were not afforded protection under that law, or the law didn't apply to you by the state actor, and based on that, you're saying that you have a right to equality before the law, and they ought to have given you that benefit, that constitutional right. That is how equality before the law works. A lot of times you find yourself before the court saying that you feel you weren't treated properly, and so they breach your equality before the law, and then the court says, listen, there is no law. And policies are not laws, because of the manner in which it is enacted, and the court is very pedantic in terms of interpreting what a law is, and very exacting. So a lot of times when we have laws and we hear about subsidiary, the minister goes out and he makes his regulations, and then he affords his executive to make policies, kind of like how they do the policy thing in schools, where we, even up to now, our Ministry of Education hasn't come out with a policy that says, hey, a clear mandate that you can wear your dreadlocks, you can wear your afro, you can be black and show up to school to be educated. It's not in a written law, and the policy in and of itself has no teeth when it comes to equality before the law. There's not much the court will likely do when it comes to that aspect of it. So just appreciate that aspect of it. So that is called 13(2)G, the right to equality before the law. Two words that are always being used interchangeably, but they're completely different, is equity and equality. Well, the Constitution makes provisions for these two. So while 13(3)G has equality before the law, H now starts to talk about equitable treatment, and you can appreciate that it is a completely different mechanism. So the right at H speaks about the right to equitable and humane treatment by any public authority in the exercise of any function. Well, it speaks for itself. Equity is not necessarily equality, but to make sure that there are provisions so that you are treated in such a way that your human rights are recognized. So equity would suggest that if you are a young person who happens to be disabled, that when you pass for the requisite high school, equity in the law would mean that they would have in place ramps and things to accommodate you so that you can learn like your peers, notwithstanding your disability. Outside of a disability legislation, the Constitution makes sure that there's equitable and humane treatment. And minority groups oftentimes suffer from the inequitable treatment. And so when you think of persons who might not be able to pay their school fees and need assistance, well, that's the aspect of equity that you want that equitable treatment to come in. Now, also, it also has an aspect of equal treatment coming into it, so much so that if you're in a school, girls at the school, similar situated, same age, same features, same similarities, are in the school, a teacher is not supposed to treat you any different. Or if you're in a workplace, you're expected to be treated in the same manner, notwithstanding that you come from country, or you come from, in the Jamaican space, you come from the ghetto. They're still supposed to treat you with the same amount of respect. How the courts interpret the equitable aspect is one that I don't even want to use the word criticize, but it's an interesting aspect because they still are saying that you're required to have a comparator. The comparator aspect, I'm going to tell you what it means, because it triggers almost as if it emasculates the right in and of itself. Now imagine, I'm using myself, entering into a space and I'm saying, but I don't think I'm being treated like my peers. The court is going to say, well, you're going to have to find a Rasta man who is also a lawyer who happens to be of similar circumstances like you, and he's being treated okay as opposed to you, rather than the general framework that it's just a male who is not being treated equally or with the equitable overtures. So because of that, once again, even this right is one where I think it although it's in the Constitution, it doesn't have the necessary teeth that it needs to have. And those two, G and H, are two of the big rights that I think, in terms of how it is there for your protection, it's not being utilized the way that it should. And certainly lawyers would have to do a little bit more work to ensure that they set out the breach so that it's so clear that the aspect of even before you get to the demonstrable justifiable aspect from the state actor's standpoint is a little bit, the hurdle is a little bit too high for the spirit of the Constitution. That's just my critique on how that works. But those are two big things: equality before the law, there must be a law, and then the equitable and humane treatment by public authority in the exercise of any function. So when you see how the JCF treats the citizen when they engage them, remember, the professionals are supposed to be the JCF. Although the citizen is to have respect, the lack of respect is not an open invitation to abuses, to being kicked in the chest, hit with the bat, up in the truck back, especially in situations like which when we speak of these two, G and H, you can appreciate why they love to call states of emergencies, because they need to suspend the rights so that they can abuse you, because you are cloaked in these protections. But your state actors are supposed to always treat you as you are a human being, even if you forfeit your freedom. So you find yourself in prison, you're still a human being. And the minute that is taken from you, we gone into areas as to the mystery of why crime is so high. So keep that in mind. Now, the beauty of our Constitution, and I think let me retract the word beauty, because I'm speaking about the art and the language, and I don't want it to be misinterpreted. But our drafters would have put a lot of consideration into this document. As I often say, I don't know if they really had the intention to give us these kinds of protections, but albeit it was done, and it is a blessing, so it's ironic that they're now trying to correct the massive protections that they gave us, and that should be the concern of the citizen. But at 13(2)(I) is the right to freedom from discrimination, and it sets out the grounds clearly, it lists them. So if it's not there, you can't cry discrimination. So it says the grounds of being male or female. Before I even get to the other ones, how do we interpret male or female in the modern dispensation is a debate that it would go very, very. Google hear me say it, and it's researching it. But yeah, being male or female is, our Constitution just says, listen, that is the basis of discrimination. It doesn't even have the word gender in there. So it was very progressive in terms of perspective in its language. And then the second aspect of it is race, place of origin, social class, which is important. We have a class system in Jamaica. Color, because we know we're not talking about black and white. People who brown feel so them better than the people who middle brown, and then the people them who dark skin. So we have a color issue that even though we call it race, is a little bit more technical. Our Constitution literally says color, and we must not miss the importance of language. So I repeat them again. It has race, place of origin, social class, and then it goes on, and says color. So it's clear, different from your race, that we have the mixed races, but the color of your skin is going to be discrimination rises from that. And then it speaks about religion or political opinions. So the protection of discrimination is so important. Somebody on my TikTok has said something about disability. I often wonder if social class can cover the disability, because I don't know how we miss that. The protection of the disabled, and then we do not have a working legislation that protects that. But albeit this is our reality, I think what currently is there, especially that this document was drafted in 2011, some 12 years ago, is the thought of last week. Rattigan spoke about the report, saying, and he mentioned that race was a factor, and was shocked. And people in the comments were saying the United States have their own racial issues, but in an island so small, with a motto out of many one, and when you open your door and you go on the road, you're seeing predominantly black. To even conceive that race is a factor, just appreciate that outside of social class, colorism is one of the biggest discrimination tools. Even before your address, because you could have come from the uppest top of town, the color of your skin will diminish the level of respect that you get, which is why people are so politically hungry for power and want to hold on to it, and why corruption reigns in those spaces. Now, there's no questions for me on this particular one. I just need you to know that discrimination is real. Culturally, how we respond to discrimination, it has a lot of post-traumatic stress disorders in it, and so while it's happening in the moment, we might not recognize it, but it does account for a lot of the stagnation in our spaces. And even as you're in the diaspora, you experience it, and it oftentimes these days it don't even come from white people anymore. It comes from other races similar situated who need to feel better about themselves, and they kind of throw it on you and then give you language like, but you're not like them, you're so different. But at the end of the day, any Jamaican represents all Jamaicans. So the video that was shown earlier, when the professor told the young lady to get out, and the key thing from that aspect where that discrimination was displayed is that oftentimes we don't speak up because it's abuse, and we are mentally triggered and traumatized when we see things like this happen, and we often don't have a response for it. But you have to be on your toes, because today for you, tomorrow for me. So what you allow to happen to me today opens the doors for similar things to happen to you. Now, the right of everyone to, this is important, protection from search of the person and property, respect for and protection of private and family life and privacy of the home, and then protection of privacy of other property and of communication. Listen, you saw Herb just now showed your signal, and it's so funny because you have to move from the WhatsApp, which they promised you was encrypted and protected, but you had to move over to Signal because your privacy is eroded every single day. We had an entire situation in relation to when NIDS was coming out, and that legislation was passed, and the protection of your privacy rights, your buyer data, your identity being put in the space. And it's so ironic because you just heard Rattigan spoke about what happened to Corporal James, and how his information, his HR information was made in the public space. So you can imagine how horrified people are knowing that you go to your doctor, he sends you to the health center, you do the test that they tell you to do, and you're off on your way. And you think because the Constitution provides you with the right to your protection of your privacy, your family life, all of those things are interconnected because your information when out in the public, it's a breach to your entire your what is in your home. And so the right is actually so much more encompassing than it originally was. And I just think that it's one of the most revolutionary rights, and notwithstanding it's breached every single day. When the questions people ask, I get the calls every day, sometimes hours of the night. People coming from dance, and the first thing I hear is, Mr. Isat, the police want me open my phone. Him say me must open my phone. Should I open my phone? The answer to that is no. Your privacy is your privacy, and it's not only a uptown person who married to a prominent person can tell the courts and everybody, I'm not opening my phone, even if my son is dead. Everybody has that right to not. You're not supposed to open your phone, and they're not supposed to breach that right. And they must get orders from the court to do so. And simply, the JCF does not have the power to tell you that you are to open your phone. And there are people are saying, yeah, but if you're not, do not open it. But you need to understand how important privacy rights are. You need to understand. I can tell you this: when I was young, my grandmother, both of them, both my grandparents are passed. If I tell you I know what them bathroom look like, is lie telling. So I'm saying that there were spaces that even in a house you were not allowed to go, and that's the importance of privacy, and respecting it also is of great import. So that's your 13.3J is your privacy rights, and it is threefold. I'm just going to repeat it so you have an idea. The right to yes.
Can you just stick a pin right there? I want to reinforce that point with the 3 points with them.
Yes.
But I just want to say just a couple of things.
Go
Sorry
sure,
to interrupt you.
sure.
Let me just big up. Let me just welcome everybody coming, joining us now, whether you're first time, part time, all the time. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan, the program where we just deal with facts, no innuendos, no hearsay, none of that kind of thing. Somebody asked a question, who will take over the foundation in my absence? Well, according to the bylaws, I can only serve for 2 years, and we already have 3 people on the board. We plan to extend that to include people in Jamaica, the UK, and the US. So that's going to be taken care of. Somebody also asked how to donate. The information is on the screen. It's a Citibank account, and the routing numbers there, as well as the email. Because as of today, between now and next week, we're taking donations only by Zelle. The website will go up. You want to throw it up, Kevin? So, all right, there it is, everyone. It's a Citibank account, and the account number is there, the routing number is there, and the email. And remember, that's for Zelle. However, if you want to make a deposit through your bank, cash or check, you can go to your bank and then have them send it to Citibank. The account is there, the routing numbers. And somebody says it's blurred. Oh, by the way, and like up the live, people. Like up the live. Like up the live. 1100 only in the live here right now. Like it up. Like it up. Jeffrey Tavares, big up yourself. And then let me just put up that other document for me, please, Kevin. So I just we'll come back to the banking information, but I just need to show something before Isaac can come back and finish up his point. Isaac mentioned a document. Here it is. All right, folks. Let me see if I can increase it. All right, there we go. Now, If you look at this document right here, it's USAID programs in Jamaica. That's a U.S. Agency that they're in every embassy I've served in. They're there, and here is their purpose. Right? Let me move this the private chat. All right, here's their purpose. Said USAID has been actively working in Jamaica from when 1962, and what's their purpose? To alleviate poverty and support various initiatives aimed at benefiting communities, right? So, like the Grand Spend, I think the police station or the community center, they built that, and they've financed a lot of projects in Jamaica. Now, oh yeah, Janet. No. This mission you go continue with or without me. We have people who like-minded. We will have people from who. What we're trying to do is get a cross section of the population, because we don't want everybody on the same sheet of music. We need people to challenge each other so that they can come up with the best ideas. But anyway, USAID actively working in Jamaica since 1962. Now look at this, people. We're talking about top 10 facts about hunger in Jamaica. This is from a group that's been in Jamaica since 1962. Longer than most of us living in Jamaica have been living in Jamaica, have been born, right? Way before a lot of us born. Now look at this sentence right here. Jamaica, the fourth largest island country in the Caribbean, is what? Hungry. Look at the title. Top 10 facts about hunger in Jamaica. So them say Jamaica is a hungry place, right? Now look at this. The root of hunger is based on inequality and what? What a word to say. It don't say colorism. Racism. Now look at this right here. Let me go down a little bit more. Look at that. It says hunger in Jamaica is largely a reflection of racial inequality with a heritage rooted in slavery. Descendants of black slaves hold a much larger probability of residing amongst the poorest classes of Jamaica. Meanwhile, the descendants of the white race and mixed race plantation owners tend to be much better off. This is a report that came out recently. This is not something that was written back in 1962 when they came here. This is a recent report. This is shocking. This is because we talk about, we dress it up sometimes and say, it's colorism and it's this and that. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Now, I don't care about racism in America. That is something else that we have to deal with separately. I'm talking about what's going on in Jamaica. Jamaica is 92% black. Right? And this is what was put up by USAID. Oh, and by the way, this is a public document, and I haven't heard the Jamaican government come out and say, oh, that's wrong. Nobody has challenged it. So this is just to support what Isat was saying with his presentation on chapter 3 of the Constitution. So we can take this down now, Kevin. Isat, I just have one question, and then the floor is yours again. Is there age discrimination in the Constitution?
No, that's it. They made sure that's not there, and I set it out to speak that to make it clear that the key thing about our Constitution, which is, I'm glad that you asked that question, because a lot of people felt that the conversation about raising the age and all of these things, it was not in the Constitution. The Constitution, in fact, is in tandem with modern understanding in terms of political ideas. As I said, this is the most revolutionary Charter of Rights, and it specifically it remove, like if you look at other constitutions, they have the word gender, they have age. Our Constitution specifically goes being discrimination on the ground of, so you have a right to freedom from discrimination on the grounds of being male or female. So the gender argument's not there. The age argument is not there, because it says race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, or political opinions. Now I know one and two lawyers that will say, well, a social class is age and try fit it. And that's a matter of interpretation. But the clear language of age is not there because our constitution is not it. It's very high on protecting child rights because it recognizes that children are the future. And as I said, it goes down. It speaks about discrimination on these things. Then it speaks about your right to privacy. And then it goes straight right after privacy and family life and all of those things. It goes straight to the rights of every child. But I'm just making it clear that age discrimination, even disability discrimination, is not found in the Constitution.
Okay.
So legislation is where it would have to pick up the shortfall for those. But we do recognize that on the basis of discrimination, that race and even colorism, I highlight it because it's so important. Because we oftentimes make the excuse because we think that racism, is a definitive by when you click those boxes on those forms, whether you're white, whether you're black, whether you're Asian, whether you're, the confusion with race, but to recognize that colorism is a form of racism, and we are affected by it, and you just gave that aspect of it. But the next thing, which is happening on the heels of Monday morning coming, and the rights of the child, when this is about access to education now. So every child has the right to such measures of protection as are required by virtue of the status of being a minor or as part of the family, society, and the state. So all of these rights are encompassed and put together to say under KI or the K1I, it makes it clear that the protection is required by virtue of status of being a minor. So the laws that protect children, just by virtue of being a minor, you must appreciate how important it is to protect the child. And the protection of the child is not only limited to the parents. It is a community duty that I think as Jamaicans we are falling short. Now, where the government is concerned, the child who is a citizen of Jamaica is afforded publicly funded tuition in a public education institution at the pre-primary and primary levels. So certainly right up to GSAT, PEP, whatever they're doing, PEP, yeah, they're doing PEP right now. Primary school level, everything is supposed to be free. It's publicly funded. So all this madness that you're hearing about, we no longer providing books for grade 1 to 3 and this and that. And I have seen the book list, and my heart goes out to those parents. You have one, much less 2 or 3, that you're going to provide. The book list is coming in at an average of $50,000 for free education. Appreciate that your right is being violated. And if you take it to the court, people is going to be vexed with you. And you're going to hear the public space start to tell you, say, you should have keep your legs locked. You shouldn't have so much picnic. But the government is responsible. So as you are doing your family planning, certainly where education is concerned, it's supposed to be free right up until, when you get to high school and the child takes their PEP, and you know who bright and who don't. That is, you have at least 10 to 13 years that you can plan to make the best of what you're doing with your children. But the government has that responsibility. And all of this nonsense that you say talk about, you're sending home kids because them hair don't comb and them uniforms too short and all of that, it's a breach of the Constitution. And when you take it up, everybody is upset. But I take it up nonetheless, because I like when them upset. But anyway, so that is 13K2, double I. Right. So this right is so important. Coming in Monday morning is a matter for you to see whether or not your Minister of Education our Minister of Education in the Jamaican space is aware of this constitutional right. And even with the influx of teachers and everybody going, not being at school and all of that, it should not affect the right to access to the publicly funded tuition in a public educational institution at the pre-primary and primary levels, at least up to that point. So that is key. Now, the Constitution then moves on to the right to enjoy a healthy and productive environment, free from the threat of injury or damage from environmental abuse and degradation of the ecological heritage. Well, we have these backside conversations all day. And we talk about carbon rights. We talk about so many things. We see what the Chief Corey and the Maroons asserting their rights, and people in the Clarendon area and Rio Cobre having problems with their environment, and how that is being tackled, or the response by the government versus the amount of actions before the court, because your environment is a part of the very first right that we spoke about, which was the right to life and liberty. These are overlapping rights that you need to understand, that if your environment is not if your environment is tampered with, if the environment is damaged or injured, it affects your right, it affects your health, and in turn it affects your life. So the Constitution actually has a section that speaks about environmental rights, and even in this thing about global warming, even and to respond again, when you hear that we are a hungry nation, it simply means that our environment is changed in such a way that I guess that's why perennial larceny is so high. So everything overlaps. But I just want you to appreciate that environmental rights are protected under this Constitution, and it is something to look at, because we only think that it's crime and violence is the only thing that is affecting our country that's supposed to be a developing country, but there's not much development for the people, and we're waiting for that to be addressed. Just know that your environment is important, and that there is a right, and if you feel it's being threatened, you can scream a Section 19 violation, and the court has to address it. We're now at some of these rights. Here's a joke about it now. Some of us won't get to it in our lifetime, but we hope that we do. So so you never hear in the social space anybody talking about the following rights. So it says the right of every citizen of Jamaica who is qualified to be registered as an elector for elections to the House of Representatives to be so registered, and who is so registered to vote in free and fair elections. There's actually that right. And so there's no criteria, provided that you're a Jamaican citizen, you can put yourself up to to have ambitions to be a part of the 63 elite, 6 of which are suspected of wrongdoing at the moment. So you have the right to put yourself up to be one of those 6, so nobody can call your name and let them, and your privacy rights are protected when you are corrupted. You see where I'm going? It's a right for everybody, so you don't have to be a member of any party. You can put up yourself as an independent candidate, or you can just exercise your right to vote. It's very important, because if you don't vote, you shouldn't complain. That is one big fact. And if you feel like there's nobody to vote for, put yourself out there. Be a gadfly to the process. Be on the ballot. Meet all of the criteria and put yourself up. get your one vote and be proud, like Rowan Chung or whatever his name was. Do that. It is your right, your constitutional right to do so. So at end, it says the right of every citizen of Jamaica to be granted a passport and not to be denied or deprived thereof, except by due process of law. So not speaking to diaspora because you don't have passport and you don't have visa and foreign and green card and all of that. But the common man, one of the things that I always ensure that I do is to enlighten young people, especially, or people that I come across. There are things that you're supposed to have your passport. It is a form of ID. It's not just the voter's ID or the national ID. The passport is one. And if you people around you must give you assistance to have that book, because it is your constitutional right to have it. And a lot of times when you don't have it, somebody else already take out one in your name, trying to enter the promised lands of Canada, England, and America using your identity. So you don't take it for granted that you're supposed to exercise it and use it. So I'm just putting that out there. And as I said, these are rights that it is there and nobody talks about them. Nobody know that it is your right to have a passport. And that's why they go down to the PICA office and feel like it's a privilege to have it. But they're supposed to be sending it to you once you pay for it. It's that, and credit to the government, they have put things in place to make it very easy for you to get access to your passport. So nobody is depriving you of your freedom of movement across the Caribbean and spaces in the world where you can go by direct flight, where visas are not required, but you have to have a passport to do that. So I'm just putting that out there. It's your constitutional right. Our next one that is important, because it again goes to our space, because Rattigan just spoke about, you said South Africa, where they went in, 18 people died. I hope that would never happen in the Jamaican space, because when you said it, I said, but look at me getting up one Saturday morning, say I going down to whichever parish, Westmoreland, and I hear say I'm one of the 18 people in a house from a raid operation, and the investigations never ever. I have no confidence in Indicom. I will say that. So that investigation would just go belly up, and innocent people's lives would be lost. But that being said, the Constitution at O says you have the right to protection from torture or inhuman and inhumane. Let me say it again. You have the right to protection from torture or inhuman or degrading punishment or other treatment as provided in subsection 6 and 7. So this is important because a lot of time, like I said, that's why they call it human rights, is that you have those rights. And a lot of times the inhuman treatment is meted out against you. I'm not going to use this platform to make my usual complaints about the prison system, but sending somebody's child to prison in the prison conditions that we have, it is actually inhumane treatment, and it is also degrading punishment. A day in any one of these jails or in the prison system is degrading punishment and inhumane. And I'll just leave it at that. Then at P, we have the person as provided for in section 14. Now, I want you to understand that the freedom of a person is so important, because if you as a person, if you are feeling restricted and you're not under bail conditions, from whether it be a movement, whether it be how you operate in your work environment, how you operate in your family life. If you are being restricted, you're not being a human being, you're not being a person. Poverty is one of the biggest markers of a breach of this right. So if government is not taking steps to eradicate poverty, and I hear Rattigan said this morning, big up to the, the shrinking middle class and the expanding poor class, that's an indication of a breach of this the right of freedom of the person. Because if you're in poverty, you're not free. And I'm not going to take on the Christian concept that, oh, you have Jesus, so you're free and you're all right. No. Your freedom, health, your right to life, your liberty is affected by poverty. And so this right that nobody talks about and expanded section 14 that we'll deal with another time. I just wanted to appreciate that your freedom of the person is affected by the poverty conditions that certainly the government has taken no steps to eradicate in the last couple of years. And governments and administrations before it, so I'm not just singling out this government, but the words of your prime minister is saying he's not focused on elections because he's now trying to improve the lives of he's now getting to the people. So he wasn't doing it before. So it's by his words. And I'm saying that this freedom of the person is completely affected by poverty. And I say that with no apology. Now, the protection of property rights as provided in section 15. You have to have property for you to be able to even say you have the right to protect it. But these are they are there, and it's not until you have property and with the rights come the obligations that this right is triggered. But the property is certainly you have a right to defend your property and to protect it, and the law is supposed to protect you as a property owner. Yeah. So that somebody said socialism like North Korea will end poverty. Boy, if that is the democracy is should always be protected. And if I see remnants of our state going into that authoritarian regime, I would not want to wake up and live in a place where my freedom of expression is bridled. My as much as I criticize Jamaica, one of the beautiful things about being a Jamaican and being in the Jamaican space is the empowerment that this very constitution that I'm speaking about gives as the government. I would not want to be in no other space where I'm not allowed to express myself, especially in the manner that I do it. And shout outs to people who also express themselves and are not happy with the way I express myself, because you are just demonstrating the spirit of the Constitution, and that's where I get my authority from. This one now are the right to due process as provided in section 16. Due process is so important, and we'll deal with section 16 when we expand speaking about due process rights. But you see where the charter speaks about the right to due process is the most important. Like this right is engaged every single day. And if when we speak about due process, it's breached so much that when you speak about it, people vex. The people think it's okay when your presumption of innocence to be in public spaces and because they have keyboards, they're very disrespectful and convicting people before they get their opportunity to go through the court system. And it's just it's the wrong approach, and it's the lack of understanding of the constitutional protection in the name of public bullying that causes the due process rights to always be breached. And if even the JCF and the JDF and your public officials respected the Constitution and due process, they would never embark on a daily basis to breach these rights for so many ordinary citizens. Um, and that is what is important. And and believe me, the due process is afforded to one set of people. I'm seeing it in the comments, but I'm not going to take it on. I'm glad it's there for people to read. But when the planter class continues to run the country the way that it does, then that man will always be living in slavery conditions, whether they feel it or not. And we see why the vagrancy laws remain relevant, because police are still pulling up in certain ghetto areas and mistreating youths who they just deem violence contributors, and that's another thing. But due process is a key thing. Now, we speak about this. You have the freedom for your belief, thoughts, ideas, protection of religion. It comes all the time. But right again, here at S, it speaks about the right to freedom of religion as provided for in section 17. So you are free to have your religion, participate in your religion, even if, let me say, and I'm gonna go far as saying this, even if you want to worship a yamed or yam, and that is your religion, it is your right, and the court will have to respect it. You can send your child to school and say we worship yam, and they have to respect that. That is what religion does. Even though we have the churches running across every 5 houses a church in the Jamaican space, and it is predominantly Christian. There are other religions, and however people anchor their belief system on God, the Constitution protects them from it. And so for this week, that's where I stop. So the letter rights, we have completed them, and as you go and you reflect, when I come back and we start to talk about the other rights in detail in terms of the due process, and speaking about how the state of emergency operates, and section 14, and how the court is defined, and how the separation of powers work, and why Rattigan is able to sue his favorite person, and why the court has to entertain them because it is his right to do so, and that the media, even if she goes to the media and say it's foolishness, she's free to talk, because the Baroness already said at the end of the day, you're free to chat. It will be chat and nothing more, but that is it.
Look, we want to thank Isaac
Yes.
for that outstanding presentation, and he's made us wiser by listening to him and walking through the Constitution with us. And if you have any questions, you can certainly put them in the chat. What I want to do at this point is, Isaac, don't leave us, because we have another
No, man,
presentation
I'm
coming.
here, but I'm just saying.
Okay, you're
for
committed.
this
Okay,
week,
good.
That's the
All right.
week. For this
Well,
week, that's the end
John,
of the rights. Yeah.
right. John has joined us, and let me just make a few points. Loxley mentioned that Jamaica is 92% black and 91% poor, and I might. Somebody's asked who's dishing out racism. I think that's fairly obvious. Oh, bless up all of the people who send the drinks money and things like that, including Elaine. And radio station sent me some. They sent me 1 second. Where is 1 second. Okay. Elaine Turner, Angela, and Mojo. Thank you so much. Anne-Marie Gope, you're right about your mother and Miss Tammy and all the people from Penwood Crescent and Penwood Road who ensure that we went to school, and alongside the teachers we had a good education. So I don't know how many more mothers in neighborhoods like we have like that before. As you mentioned, it's a village. Now, you mentioned something I said about environmental rights protected under the Constitution. And I'd like to bring in John and Herb at this point. I know John must have something to say about that because I think John is very outspoken when he talks about the Constitution. And so, what I'd like to do is then ask John to give us, first of all, welcome him, and then give him the floor to address that particular issue until, and we'll just keep talking until our next guest, until he arrives. So, John, go ahead and talk to us about that statement made by Isaac that environmental rights are protected under the Constitution.
Afternoon, everyone. It doesn't appear that our judiciary believe that that's the case, does it? I mean, we just had the Miranda case where the injunction was overturned. So, and the basis of the overturning was $35 million. That was it. The court thinks that $35 million is more important than the well-being of the country, of the people, their health, and you say the environment. And I'd like to get Isaac on that. I mean, how can a court rule that 35 million is what they call it? And they said it was in an insurmountable economic loss to the country, 35 million US. That works out at only $12, 12 US per person. Now, I'm sure that 90%, I think 99.9% of Jamaican people would happily give up 12 US dollars each to stop mining. That's my opinion. $12 each. Yeah, Isaac,
I can respond to that. I love to use the word beauty because I don't like ugly. The beauty of the beauty, I tried to behave myself. Ratty, you might need to dismiss me, you know. You might have a cut my mic today. But the beauty of the court system is that it doesn't stop until you get to the Privy Council. When the judges, I can say this, and I would have read that how the basis upon which the injunction was overturned. 35 million US dollars. It is an insurmountable loss to a developing country, especially when 91% of the Negroes that are there are broke and hungry. It is. And much as you see it, the country would collapse on a balance of convenience. The government, she herself, not the government, but the Jamaica herself, as a separate entity from the people, would suffer. However, it does not, to me, march along with the spirit of what the environmental right L says. But I can tell you this, as the matter continues, and I'm almost certain that it will get to the Privy Council, it will be an egg in the face. I'm not going to discuss the case more than that, but many a times the court would have taken a particular approach, and then somebody with fresh eyes outside of the situation will say, well, as much as it is insurmountable, we do not think that the right as itself, because human rights are for the people. You can't balance that. So what I take what you're saying, but appreciate that it's just one more leg on the court proceeding, marching along. And in my mind, I think the Privy Council will very well say that the judge at first instance got it right.
Yeah, but hang on, Isaac, you've got to remember what's at stake here is that by overturning the injunction, Miranda is now mining. They can't reverse what they've done. That's the problem I have. They can't reverse it.
You're 100% correct. You are correct. I'm just saying, remember that we are also operating in a political space, and several other things would have happened. We are a small nation, and that's the beauty of the court system, is that they say yes, then they say no, then they say yes again. And
Okay.
I love the courts for that.
Well, the 35 million was not paid. That's the issue with another issue. The hearing was at the end of March, and at that time, the judges should have found out I mean, that's what judges do, is it? They go and check the information, and surely that was part of their job to check to find out if Miranda was paying this money that they said they're going to pay. It was at
Right.
the end of the financial year, the very end of the financial year that the hearing was held. And at no point did they say, well, have you paid the levy? The levy was 24.5 million. And they should have asked them, surely, in March, have you been paying this money or have you paid it already?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. Should they have asked that question? I don't understand.
No, I'd agree with you that they should have, but I don't think it is critical to what the court had to review. It was a matter of reviewing the granting of the injunction at first instance. They weren't going outside of that. And so,
But
huh?
yeah, but he's saying, but that's not going outside, is it?
No. It actually is, because they're saying, but when you look at their act, and I think we shouldn't even be bogged down in the law like that. But they're the Court of Appeal is a court of review, and they can't do anything new. They have to deal with what it review a decision that was taken at the front, not to look at it in the back end. So when the judge granted the injunction, was it right? They said no, and they just disagreed and they moved on. That's a simple point. It has nothing to do with the substantive matter, which is still marching along before the court. What happens is, we're on a matter of damages, is that you are right. When no court, nobody can undo the damage that's being done to the environment. And so history will either be kind or unkind to those who made that decision. That's all I can say.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Will.
Will, your mic muted, Ratty?
No. It's
Okay.
it's not. Yeah. One of the things before Herb jumps in is that I think John, what you're saying is that what ISAT is saying, that the environment is protected in the Constitution, and what you're saying is that but they're violating it, and then ISAT is saying yes, but there is legal redress for that, and even though the court may overturn it, it has to go some if the fight continues, then it will end up in the Privy Council, and at some point somebody's going to have to make a final decision as to what does the Constitution mean when it talks about environmental protection. Does it apply to mining and so on and so forth? So I think I get the point that both of you are making. Let me bring Herb in. Herb, would you like to make a comment regarding this? Can't hear you.
Yeah, muted. I was muted. Sorry about that. I was looking at the amount of money that it's like a bond. I think it was 115 million Jamaican dollars that's set aside for cleanup. And what the article was explaining is that bond money, it's an article, Problems with Bauxite Aluminum Industry in Jamaica, dated December 15, 2022. And it's saying that money is woefully inadequate because and what from what I'm hearing you say, Doc, is that the money that was set aside, the American funds, that the court ruled that it doesn't have to be paid. Is that it?
Is that it, John?
No, repeat that. The 112 million. What was that for? Are you talking about
115 million, right? Is what was set aside like a fund, a cleanup fund. It's like a bond.
That's for Windalco, isn't it?
Right.
And, we're told.
But it's woefully inadequate because it's saying here that the JET Red Dirt study of 2020 found that the bauxite aluminum industry has contributed approximately US $1 billion each year to Jamaica's GDP against social costs of between 2.9 to 13 billion US dollars. So
Yeah, that's for health alone. That's for health alone. If you look at the old, this is from Jet's minimum amount is 18 billion if you incorporate everything, the environment, health, and destruction.
and we're talking about US dollars, not
Yeah,
Jamaica.
US, that's correct.
Yeah. So I said when you're saying the Constitution, um, I guess establishes environmental standards, and we are assessing costs way below where the actual costs are. It's like we're operating in the 1950s, and today's costs apply to the uh, 2020s, and it's woefully inadequate. So, can someone then sue using the violation of our rights to good health and to the restoration of our lands? Can somebody actually sue to get them to pay up more money? And I'm looking at the lawsuit that was filed in this against ExxonMobil down in, I think it was Ecuador, and the Ecuadorian Supreme Court awarded the the um, the Indian group down there about $18 billion, and told them that to pay. Can Jamaica do something likewise following
So
that?
I'll
Right.
answer that. They are doing that now. I think what we are missing is that where we were just simply at the injunction stage. It was granted at first instance. There was a judge who felt that the matter was of public importance and recognized the right under L. And the Court of Appeal simply didn't agree because when they think of the balance of convenience, which is the aspect of the of an injunction, is always speaking about the balance of convenience. And I said you have to think of Jamaica, and I'm using her, our country, and its economic viability and whether or not it could sustain itself if they were to wait to see if we are right about what we're saying with the environment. Because it could be that at the end of the matter, that the backside people are correct and we are wrong. I don't know. I'm just saying, in light of that, where the balance of convenience at the end of the day would be irreparable harm to the country itself. And that is something when it comes to the balancing of rights, is that there's an aspect of it that says that it can be demonstrably justifiable in a free and democratic society where where the government says we have to breach the environmental right because the rights aren't absolute. Because if we don't breach the right, we won't have a country. And that's how the court would have made that assessment. And I'm simply saying that if the lawyers disagree with what was said at the Court of Appeal, they could have and might have, I didn't follow it beyond that, taken it to the Privy Council, who may say, well, even if Jamaica was to crumble tomorrow, the rights are so important and has to be what the best thing. Because if I were a judge, what I would say is, hey, Jamaica, stop everything that you're doing, and we're going to hear this matter over the summer. We can't wait, and they
Isaac,
hear the matter. That's
Isaac,
it.
let me jump in
Yeah,
because the professor
Kadut is here.
said,
I
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah. But let me
I
just say that
apologize.
for an injunction, there are certain requirements. One of them is irreparable harm, if you can prove that. Another one, what we call in America, we call it balancing of the equities. Then you start weighing the arguments, and then there's another one, likelihood of success on the merits. Now, if you look at irreparable harm, I mean, look, John put up pictures, I think last week and the week before, where they show a holding pond right next to a high school. right next to a high school. So for me, when you start balancing the equities, you look at the irreparable harm and you say, no, we can't afford this to go on with children being exposed to this toxic material coming out of this holding pond. But, you know, let's put a pause on that right there and let's bring in Professor Kenny Thompson to the discussion. Professor, welcome. But before you start, I want to play a video. I want to introduce a video to our viewing audience and to you as well. You may or you may not have seen it, and the panel will take a look at it as well. Kevin, can you bring that over for me, please? All right, here we go. Can we get some volume on that? Okay.
The Jamaica Labour Party, of which you are a part, has grown and it is transforming itself. I want you to listen to me carefully. The core of the party remains the working class masses of the country. That is the core of our political organization. And they continue to be our ultimate focus. But what is this focus? What is the purpose of focusing on the working? The
It's
mission
kind of low, Will. Can you come up anymore?
It's turning it up.
to lift people out of poverty, to lift people up, to improve quality of life, to create opportunities, to create prosperity. We move people out of the working class and into the middle classes of the country. I have never said it this way before, but I am deliberately using these phrases because we have shied away from acknowledging that we need to grow our middle class. And how we get that? By lifting people up, by giving them opportunities. The average Jamaican believes that. They don't understand it in the way that I've said it. But anytime you hear a Jamaican say, they want to step up in a life, that's what they mean. The objective of the Jamaican Labour Party is to help you step up in a life.
All right, you can't stop it now. You can't stop it now, Kev. All right. No, Professor,
Sir,
hope you don't mind me calling you Canute. It's an effect.
please call me Canute.
Okay, sir. All right. No, we had a little problem with the audio at the beginning, but I think you heard
I heard it
the
quite
prime.
well.
Right. No, I started out. I wanted to start out from this perspective because he said the core of the Jamaica Labour Party is the working class, and he said one of the mandates is to lift the working class, move them to the middle class. I noticed he didn't use the word poor, and he didn't use the word poverty stricken. But it would appear, based on recent statistics, that that is where we're headed because the poverty level rose it increased by 5%, and now it's at 16.7%.
Yes.
Right. That's 16.7%. And then I also reached out to Statin to ask this simple question. The poverty rate as defined in Jamaica is anyone subsisting on $4,800 a day. So for a work week, that would be 4,000. The minimum wage in Jamaica is 13,000. So the question I had for starting was, give me the percentage of the Jamaican population that is in that zone between 13,000 and 4,100, for example. They don't have that statistic. But I can tell you that it's very high. I think it's very high. So if you look at almost 17% subsisting on 4,000, and let's say another 20% or 30%, you're talking about almost half of the population living on 13,000 and below.
Yes.
So given that the Prime Minister says his job is to lift people out of working class, and when you say working class, like I said, he didn't define it, but I suspect that he's talking about people who's maybe at the minimum wage level. How can you, and where is that policy to move those people from minimum wage, working class, into the middle class? And I'd like to know how many people, based on any statistics that you know of out there, how many people, even percentage wise, how many people have moved from the working class into the middle class?
Yeah. Okay. I regrettably I don't have that number, but I could share with you some other critical statistics which would help to define the scope of the reality. What I'd just like to say before I get into that I thought that by now I would cease to be amazed at how well the Prime Minister can mislead, how he can present himself in a way that is contrary to how he actually behaves, to the policies he implements, and to the decisions he makes. So let me provide some concrete things around that.
Can you check your mic, please? I think it's coming across scratchy, and I think we're
Scratchy?
missing like a word or two. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is this any better?
Can you guys hear? Can you clearly?
He's breaking up.
I'm breaking
It's
up.
breaking up.
Yeah.
My signal suggests stability. I wonder. I'm not sure what to do. Let me do something.
Yeah. Somebody said smoke signals, so we're going to go back to smoke signals.
Is this better?
It's still
Not really.
still
No.
choppy.
Still choppy.
It looks like they want to prevent you from talking now too.
Yeah, it looks- yes. All right. Let,
You have a headset? Somebody said you have a headset. You can use the headset.
no, the headset is malfunctioning. That's part of it. Let me relocate it. Take a break and relocate to another part of the house and see if.
Okay, fine, no problem. Yeah,
better. All right.
all right, no problem.
Okay.
So, Kenwood
No,
will
I
rejoin
think,
us.
Doug, if he turns down his mic a little bit, it wouldn't snap. It's sharp. That's all.
Okay. The mic is on.
Slightly turn on your volume. Yeah.
How is this?
Keep talking.
How is this? Testing still.
Yeah.
better.
Just drop it a little bit more
Little bit
because
lower.
the mic is hot. That's all, that's the only reason why. Because
Okay.
your quality is clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this good now?
Still choppy.
Still choppy. All right. Let me relocate. Let me take it one bit further down to 30 and see for the last time. How are we now?
It's still choppy.
All right. Let me use another device and see if it functions better. Let me use another device.
Who's your carrier, Doc?
Let me in again. Let me use. I'm gonna come out of this.
when it comes to the minimum wage, I don't actually think many people are actually paying it. That's the opinion I'm of. Because I've met people who are not getting on with 13,000 a week. I've met security guards not getting I think they're supposed to get 16,000, but they're not getting it.
You know, while the doc is doing that, Kevin, do me a favor, bring back up that video again. I just want to show somebody. I just want to show the public or family members something here about misrepresenting the truth. And just bring it up and go to 159. And then I want you to compare it to something else. Just go to 159, please. Yeah, you pass it, yeah. That's good. You can, no. Yeah, start that. Folks, I want you to just take a quick look at this. No, go back a little bit more, Kevin. Hold on, I think. Oh, wait. I can do it. Hold on. Okay, listen to this.
Volume, man.
Okay.
Fix tandem of police force. We needed new legislation, and at the same time, we have to ensure we provide opportunity and service for those in challenged communities. The triangle of activity designed to restore public order, public safety, and ensure that the country is secure. Because we care. We give our people protect and secure nation at this point. We inherited a legacy that was a disaster. Police stations almost non-existent. Police officers were falling to the floor. They had no communication. They had no mobility. They could not respond to the call of the people when faced with criminal activity.
As if they do now. Carefully, people. Listen carefully. Okay, now let me stop right there. Hear what he said. He said that the amnesty ended last night and they recovered 70 firearms and 2,000 rounds. Now, listen to what he said about an hour later. Hold on. 305.
Can you turn up the volume, Will? It's very low.
Kevin, can you turn up the volume?
Is not solely relying on emergency powers to control murders. We have passed a new Firearms Act, which has changed the risk-reward of possessing, trafficking, storing, or using an illegal firearm by introducing a minimum sentencing regime of 15 years to possible life in prison. The amnesty
Listen.
which accompanied came to an end midnight last. I'm told that over 90 weapons were turned in with over 2,500 rounds of ammunition.
Folks, you know what had just happened? In 1 hour, the number went from 70 firearms and 2,000 rounds. Chang was very specific. He said 70 firearms and 2,000 rounds. So the Prime Minister just said more than. He said over 90 and 2,500. And people cheering as if they didn't hear what Chang said. Which is it? Both of them can be correct. Both of them cannot be correct. But this is when you don't pay attention and you don't think critically. This is exactly what happens, and it goes to what Kenneth was saying, that he's still amazed at the ability of the Prime Minister to do, to misrepresent facts. But he's misrepresenting facts and getting away with them. Why? Because we allow him to. We allow him to. We don't hold him accountable. Now, this could be considered minor, right? But if on a national stage, no, forget about that. On an international stage, this is what he said, because there were representatives there from various embassies. And this was broadcast throughout the world. And he said that. He said that. Chang said what he said, and then the Prime Minister said this. Just think about what they'll say about the more important things, people. Think about what they'll say about the more important things like unemployment, poverty, underemployment, growthless jobs, things of that nature, GDP and the ratio, the national debt. Think about what they'll say. No, think about what they've said about that. So that's just, and I have lots more like that I can actually present to you. But Kenwood is back with us, so let me get him on. There he is. Is he there yet? Well, back to this.
Waiting room. Well, I don't think you hear me.
Yeah,
Are you
there we
hearing
go.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Is it
Kevin,
better now?
put him up. Highlight him for me, Kevin, please. All right, Kenwood, you're
All right,
right there,
great.
sir.
Thank you. I want to go back to an anecdote on the Prime Minister's practice, his propensity
Turn on the
to
mic just a little bit. We can hear you now, but if you can just turn on the mic just a little bit.
his propensity to misrepresent facts. We don't know if he grew up in a one-bedroom house in Cumberland or a two-bedroom house.
Oh, before we go any further, Canute. Yeah, we got. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Canute, one quick
Yeah.
second. I have to make a big, I have to throw a big shout out here. Big up to Liz and Gigi, two women that I grew up with at 6 Penwood Crescent, in a Waterhouse. And Liz, thank you so much for giving me that quote. You know what she told me? She said, my brother, God no bless liar with good memories. And that is so true.
Yeah.
That is so true. She said, God no bless liar with good memory.
Yeah.
So Gigi lies on the big up on herself. All right, go ahead, Ken. Sorry for
Correct.
interrupting.
All right. But on this larger question of the poverty numbers, so let us remember what the classical definition of poverty, of employment is, or unemployment. A person is considered unemployed if during the week of the survey they were not looking for a job and had been employed for at least 1 hour for that week.
You know what, Doctor?
So-
Let me just interrupt you for a second there. You're a
Yes.
regular on our program, but apparently there are quite a few people in the chat actually saying that they don't know who you are. So if you would please just do a quick introduction. I won't be able to do you justice, but just do a quick introduction.
So my name is Kanu Thompson, friend of ISAT, friend of Rattigan, friend of all the people on the call. And I am a social activist and an academic. My work is in the area of educational policy, planning, leadership, and I have a strong sense of accountability and a philosophy of progress, which includes embracing and uplifting people from all walks of life. I write extensively in the newspaper. I run a website called leadershipimagination.com, where my views can be read. I've published various articles and books, and I served at one point as the PNP's policy commission chair, and I spend my time doing real estate and looking forward to raising grandkids and fighting for a better Jamaica.
Thank you.
I don't know if that
Yes,
helps. All right. So to
You're
continue
talking
with the
about the
point.
definition. Yeah.
Pardon me?
You're talking about the definition of poverty, I
Definition of
believe.
poverty, right. So a person is considered unemployed if during the week of the survey conducted by Statin, the person was engaged in some form of economic activity for at least 1 hour and was not looking for a job. So that's a person who is employed, employed, working for at least 1 hour and not looking for a job. Now, so by the standards there, it means that of all the people who are interested in working, in finding a job, some 95.5% of them are employed. Now, if you use that as a measure of what is the reality in Jamaica and believe that those statistics give an accurate impression of, or paint an accurate picture of life in Jamaica, then you'd struggle to explain the high levels of idleness, the volume of youngsters who fall into the category of what we call unattached youth, which amount to some 200,000. And it would create a challenge for you to understand why so many people are in poverty. What's the poverty number? Between 2019 and 2021, poverty rose by 5.7 percentage points, or more accurately, by 51%, moving from 11% in 2019 to 16.5% in 2021. That's a 51% increase. What that means is that whereas in 2020, so for every 100 people in 2019 who were classified as poor, in 2021, it's 151 of them who are poor. So when we hear about these lowering unemployment numbers, we have to take account of the actual poverty numbers. The government does not want us to have a discussion on poverty because it upends and exposes the farce of low unemployment. So we have lowering unemployment, but increasing poverty. That's a contradiction that is irreconcilable, at least on the face of it. But when you look more closely at it, what it tells you is that many people are trying to do some work, are employed to do a little work here and there. And the definition of 1 hour per week makes sense in that context. So people are involved in some form of economic activity, but are poor. Let me give you some further statistics. In 2022, last year, the World Food Program conducted a survey using a sample of 6,000 people right across Jamaica, and their findings would shock you. Of that, in that survey, they found that 40% of people, and let's assume that the sample is representative of the country generally. 40% have said that they have to eat less. They have to cut the amount of food they're eating because they can't afford to buy themselves meals. So think of that in a context where many people cannot afford breakfast. They may have a cup of tea with soursop leaf and maybe no sugar in it. And at 11 o'clock, they put on something to be their one meal for the day. That's the person who is now consuming less. There's a story a teacher told me, and she might be on the call. She's told me of a little boy who, when he got his path lunch at school, he put it aside, didn't eat it. And when his teacher asked why he's not eating his lunch, he said it is not his day to eat. He has to take that lunch home for his little brother. That's the reality for many people. So 4 in 10 people are consuming less. But it gets worse. 90% of the sample, and again, if the sample is representative, 90% of Jamaicans have said they have to change their shopping habits because the price of things is so high, they cannot afford to buy what they used to buy. It is in that context that we have this discussion about lowering unemployment, where more people presumably have a job, but more people are recorded as being poor.
Okay. Let me just say, Milton would just mention that I should invite the UIC president, Mr. Patterson. If you can reach him, tell him we'd love to have him on the program. We had him on months and months ago, and we haven't heard from him, and I've extended an invitation to him through various members of his organization, and I'm extending that invitation again to him today. John, do you have a question for Knut?
Yeah.
I'm not hearing you.
All right, yeah. The World Food Program, they're here as well, aren't they, to try and alleviate poverty. However, I never hear them come up with any kind of solution. There's a saying is, you teach a man to fish, he'll eat every day, but they're not doing that kind of thing. All they do is always, they donate and they donate and they donate, but they never do anything, as I said, to try and alleviate poverty. Now, I've mentioned on this program before about investing in renewable energy. Philip Powell, in 2012, he came off the grid and he said that his investment is going to pay for itself in 5 years.
We're having problems with your mic. We're having problems with your mic, John.
Really?
Transmission. Yeah.
What is it doing? Is it breaking up or is it just
breaking
low?
up? Yeah, crackling sound.
Okay, hang on a second.
Yeah. While we're waiting for John to come back, do you mind talking to the listening audience, the viewing audience, about this concept of growthless jobs when it comes to
You're breaking. Your volume is gone, Rattigan.
my volume? Can you hear me?
Talk to the listening audience about the concept of what?
Yeah, I'm asking if you can educate us about.
Not hearing you at all. I don't know if it's my device.
Can you hear me, Isat? Herb?
Yeah, I'm hearing a bit better now.
Clear.
I can hear you.
All right. The question I'm asking is, can you educate us about the concept of growthless jobs? Because my understanding is that although the unemployment rate has fallen, the growth, the GDP, hasn't risen commensurate with that. And so some economists, they're looking at it and say, yeah, some of these people, they're working, but they're not, the jobs are not contributing to the
Excellent
GDP.
point.
Can you explain
Yes,
that? Can you explain that, please?
yes. So one of the things that the Statin has pointed out is that most of the jobs that have been created and are being created are what they refer to as elementary jobs. In the statistics, we have people who are windscreen wipers at the various stoplights. We have people who works in wholesale and retail shops and in bars and other such places. And their activities are not contributing to an increase in our output, in our productivity. It's not resulting in an expansion of the goods and services we provide. And so the threat to the economy is that we have more people working, but productivity falling, and productivity per capita falling. So if you have 1 million people, say, generating 1.5 or say 15 billion in GDP, and you increase that 1 million to 1.3 million, and you're still producing 15 billion US in GDP, it means that the additional people who are now employed are not adding to the level of productivity, and the productivity of the production per employee is falling. So what is key to the point, a point that was made earlier, the economy, we need to look at the areas of growth globally which are presenting opportunities to increase GDPs, one of which is renewable energy. And there's a critical piece of work that needs to be done by the university as well as by other post-secondary institutions in training youngsters to be technicians in building windmills, in building solar panels, and in developing hydro technologies, which would enable us to therefore be able to potentially export energy-related systems and products, and therefore increase our income from the activities in which we're engaged. But merely employing more chambermaids, more shop attendants, more gas station workers, though they are not involved in generating products and services that are expanding or representing an increase in the income that the country is earning.
Okay. You just touched on something. I think John, you're back with us. But I think John might have an interest in addressing. You mentioned clean energy, renewable energy, saying that would be a source of
You're very low, but I'm taking you on faith.
Can you hear me?
Slightly, and I'll do my best.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. You guys can hear me, John and Isat and Herb. Okay, good. Yeah, I was saying I was going to bring John in because John, I know he has an interest in renewable energy, and he's been preaching renewable energy for quite some time now as an alternative to what the JPS is providing. And you just mentioned that as being one of the areas where Jamaica could actually increase its GDP. So, John, would you mind commenting on that, please?
Yeah, we could massively increase our GDP if we invested state investment in renewable energy. First of all, we could have solar powered factories. That way, we would now be able to manufacture goods here. We'd be able to process food here. We could add value here. In our country and throughout Africa, we all know what happens. We're exploited, aren't we? Our goods do not value anything until they leave our shores and go elsewhere. Look at chocolate. Switzerland and Belgium, they make the most money out of chocolate. I lived in Europe, and I can tell you, there's no cocoa plants on that continent, or in that. There's no cocoa plants anywhere near England, Switzerland, anywhere like that. All that we have here, and we export, we could actually now produce it here. I mean, so if you look at something like simple, like butter beans that we have here, a tin of butter beans costs us $250. So we're talking near to $2 for a tin of butter beans. Now just imagine if we were importing the dry beans, processing them here, and then we could be the ones exporting. So we have and you've got to remember that with manufacturing, the two biggest inputs are going to be your labor, and labor in this country is not expensive. And then we're going to have free energy. So just think of the savings that we're going to have. We wouldn't have to be importing our food, our tin peas and stuff like that.
Yeah, you might.
It's the chocolate line. Yeah, so we wouldn't be importing our food from Italy, from Thailand, from China, from America. All these things we can do. We look at our school uniforms. When we were children, they were made in Jamaica. Now we're importing them. Why can't we make them here anymore? All the tourist memorabilia. You look at that. T-shirts, towels, everything is made in China. These are jobs that we can get back here. Okay, they're not going to be high-paid jobs immediately. Look at China. That's how they started, and look what they have now. So we can start on simpler things, and we can build, can't we? We can actually build. And the other thing we have here, again, with the cheap energy, it means also that people can come here and work. You don't have to, like, I worked in IT, so I know that you can say anywhere in the world and work for a firm, say in America. It's not a problem. So if we had, again, cheap energy here, we would be able to have servers in the country as well. So there's so many avenues. Then we can take all our infrastructure off the grid. 150 million a year, something like that is costing for us to for the JPS bill. 150 million US every year for your lights, your schools, your hospitals. That's money you can easily save. And then you're going to think about the amount of jobs we're going to be creating immediately. If we say now we're going to take all our public infrastructure off the grid, thousands of jobs we can create overnight. We then need to start that process now. But I say it's both the PNP and the JLP. Neither one of them want to do it well, and that's the problem we have. They don't want to do it. If they wanted to do it, then we wouldn't have transitioned, would we, from from oil to LNG, would have transitioned to renewable energy.
Let me add something else to the conversation. I read recently where a recommendation was made, but it was, and the recommendation is for the increase of imported skilled professionals to Jamaica. And the reason for that, they're saying, is that because of the education system, the way it's falling off, and people who are educated are leaving in droves, that most of the jobs being created, they are low-paying, unskilled jobs. And they're saying one of the way to address this is you need to bring, skilled people in so that they can bring innovation, they can bring ideas, and they can start opening up business. Now, that's an idea that is resisted by Jamaica and Jamaicans in total, except for the resort business, the tourism business, where these companies, they bring in upper level managers, mid level managers, they're actually imported. What is your take on that? Since you're on the Florida, what is your take on that? But I'd like to hear from Herb and Canute and ISAT as well on this.
Bring in skilled labor.
Bringing in skilled labor, right, to improve the GDP.
We have a skilled labor to do exactly what? I'm not with
But
you. I mean, they're going to
what
come in and do
yeah,
what are
what
these
they're
people going to do?
right. What they're saying is that there's a shortage of skilled labor. And they gave the stats also. They said, I think it was like 90 something percent of people at the professional level, they're employed in Jamaica. And then it went down to mid-level people and then down to unskilled workers. And so the argument is made that you need to bring these people in because then it would attract investments, it would attract innovation, it would attract development because it's not doing that now because it's just service oriented right now. And they should try and do that, market Jamaica as a place to do business, this kind of business, and to import workers because there's a vast shortage of skilled workers in Jamaica. What's your take on that? Or do you think that's just fluff? It doesn't
I
make any
think
sense.
I mean, what they need to be doing is fixing education, fixing and training the people. That's what they need to do. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, that's the first thing they need to spend more money on education. And as I said, if they take the schools off the grid and we invest in renewable energy, all of a sudden we're going to have more money for education.
The reason I mention that is in light of the fact that a tremendous amount of teachers resigned within the last 2 weeks, and school is going to open up on Monday. And if this is how we plan to improve education, this is it's a sad day in Jamaica when we're opening up school and we have hundreds of teachers who have migrated just before the start of the school year. But let me bring in Isat. We haven't heard from him in a while. Isat, give us your 2 cents on, or your 10 cents, or whatever denomination you want to give us on the conversation so far.
No, I mean, I hear you use the word that we resist the importation of labor. I don't think we need to import labor when we have it here. The issues that we're having was right this year, and people just ignored it, and we keep pretending like we don't want to address it. Pay the people that we have here properly. Find the money. Invest in the people that's here. The teachers would not have left if they were paid January. They had a whole song. If you don't teach them, they're fully done. Pay us. They came out with their plaques and their cartridge paper and markers, and they begged. They said, "Please pay us." And everybody act like they were asking for too much, and then they leave. And now I hear there's even threats that, oh, you're leaving, and your legal ramifications of leaving, and subtle threats. You don't want to pay the people that are here, but you're quick to talk about these people gonna come in, and there are a lot of things that happen when you bring in the foreigners. Is that they are the ones who get the tax breaks, they are the ones that come and work the money and send it back to their country. That's not investing in this country. So I'm 100% against that, because if you're not doing what you need to do to keep the people here, I don't know what's happening in Jamaica, but I, as I said in other spaces, I had teachers that taught my mother and grandmother. I have not seen a teacher who's a teacher in a very long time.
You know,
That's not.
that's an interesting point, considering that the prime minister said that he justified the increase in wages for politicians by saying that you need to attract people or pay people the same attractive wages that they're getting in the private industry. So based on that statement, it would suggest that the private sector is fine, that there are no issues there. The problem is with the politicians not being paid commensurate with their duties and alongside the salaries that they're paying for people in the private sector. You would never know that there's a problem there with unskilled laborers. But anyway, Herb,
Yeah.
jump in on the conversation.
Mhm.
Not hearing you. Not hearing you.
Let me go while Herb is
Can you hear
waiting.
me?
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. What we learned here in the US is that people need 2 or 3 different skills, because what is going to happen, and I've said this before, AI is going to wipe out 500 million white collar jobs over the next 5 years across the entire world. and Jamaica is going to be impacted as well. So if you are a white collar worker, we're seeing, let's say, not even white collar in this instance, but the cashiers. Cashiers are disappearing from the supermarkets and from other retail and wholesale outlets because people can now scan their goods and pay for it with a credit card. You just need a monitor to stand there and help them if in fact they're having a problem scanning, right? So eventually what we're going to see happen is you can walk into the supermarket and every time you pick up an item, right, it is going to be scanned, and by the time you're ready to go out the door, you have instruments that will read credit cards in your pocket. You don't even have to take it out, right? So but they have to perfect that methodology. You may have to show up with just one credit card, the one you intend to use, because if they can read the credit card in your pocket, then it means that every time you pick something up, you may have to have a personal scanner with you that will scan the item and it goes on the credit card immediately. And you get your printout in the form of an email. So we know that the jobs won't be there in the next 5 years. And Jamaica is a country that has a lot of cash registers, a lot of cashiers. So just imagine if they give them a wand and you come up to a person and they wave the wand and wave it on your credit card and everything is recorded. You don't need any cashiers. This could be the security guard going out the door that can wave that wand. So we have to prepare our populations by requiring them. I mean, you can't really require them, but urge them and provide for them here at the 2-year colleges, community colleges. This is where communities are helping people to retrain, and that retraining is badly needed because there's a lot of people that they get dismissed. They're in their 50s and they still need to keep working because they got kids in college or they got some house note that they're paying for and they're not yet eligible for retirement. So I would think that in Jamaica it's the same because you normally work to what, 62 or something like that. So the bottom line is you have to devise methodologies to retrain people and keep them employed all the way to 60 or 62. And if you fail to do that, then you're going to have a platooning of folks, unemployed people, that people will be falling over themselves, fighting over menial jobs just so that they can eat. But again, the other problem you have, transportation costs and stuff like that. Even with minimum wage, half of that minimum wage, the costs are there to get to work. And, nobody's willing to cut those costs because that's another job that the hustlers are doing. And they take chances by doing it without a commercial licensing of their vehicles and stuff like that. So you already have the hustle that's going on in Jamaica, and you have people that are doing their best to feed their families. But I'm afraid that they're going to have to look deeper in the future. And Dr. Thompson, it's most likely your department may have to come up with long-term solutions as to how the population is going to age out from certain jobs and they really and truly won't be eligible for rehiring, because you have so many people graduating high school and will be graduating colleges, and they need to get into the market. So
You, you
and they
know,
will be better prepared and better trained, I assume, by
right.
that time.
It's funny because I'm looking at the chat here, and some people are talking about they're talking about feeding ourselves, and food security comes to mind. And one of the stats I looked at showed that I don't have it here with me now. It showed that there was a decrease in the amount of people involved in agriculture, and so I was trying to think: does that mean that there's an increase in mechanism? Where you don't have you don't have somebody now manually doing this, but you have machinery. I'm
Yeah.
not sure how that works out, but
Mhm.
can you jump in on this and give us your take on everything you've heard so far?
Yeah. I agree with much of what has been said. I'll perhaps add 2 or 3 points. One, that the commitment of the government to retain the brightest and the best cannot and should not be confined, as has been said, to the political class. Uh, One of the things that is reportedly happening now is that the private sector is losing some of its seasoned and senior people to government because of the salaries that are now being paid. And it goes to show that 2 things. One, that the quality or size of the pay that people get will matter and will attract um, talented people, but it also makes the other simple and terribly distressing point that government's refusal to have increased the salaries of teachers substantially is proof that it does not place tremendous value on education. And we're going to pay the price for that short-sightedness for a long time to come. The question of the kinds of productivity and economic activity in which we're going to be engaged as a society, and the extent to which we'll require to import skills, will be rooted in our failure to attract and retain quality teachers. Because by failing to do so, it means that the students we are producing are leaving school with substantially reduced competences and capacities, and therefore will not be valuable assets to the workplace of the future, therefore forcing us to rely upon imported labor from countries that have invested more in the education system. And what will happen then, as ISAT has said, is that when we begin to import skills from the Philippines, as well as from other, as well as from European countries, we will be paying those technocrats 4 or 5 times what we will be prepared to pay our local teachers. But we could have equipped our students through more qualified and highly paid teachers to do the jobs that those technocrats would be paid to do. So we are shooting ourselves in the foot as a country by not investing heavily in education to attract and retain our teachers. The other point I would say has to do with the phasing out of jobs, the elimination of jobs due to technology, including ChatGPT and other solutions. And the truth is that those developments will affect every country. Jamaica won't be the only one affected by the phasing out of jobs, and as Herb has pointed out, in the US. So the question then becomes, what kinds of capacities are we going to be providing our students so that they can become the engines of creativity and innovation in in developing some of those solutions for the future economy. So yes, we don't need cashiers, but we need somebody to build that machine that is replacing the cashier, somebody to devise the software systems to host the back office operations and the networks. We will need those persons. So unless our economy is training our students to become the developers of technological innovations and software solutions, then we are going to be doubly affected by the wave of technology that is eliminating human labor.
All right. Let me add something to that. We said that I think it's the overwhelming, I think it's the consensus of the panel that the government has to invest in education. But we know that the government is not investing in education. In fact, the government has stolen from education the alleged theft committed by officials of the Ministry of Education. And now we see where teachers are not being paid appropriately, and they're leaving in droves. And our students are left to wonder who's going to be standing in front of the classroom, delivering lectures, providing lesson plans, and so on and so forth. It's a sad day, as I said. Given that we don't see this on the horizon, we don't see an investment in education. Let me start with you, Canute, and then I'll just go to John and Herb and Isaac. Given that we were ruling out investment in Jamaica, I mean in education now, because it's not happening. We don't see it. It's just wishful thinking at this point. Where do you see Jamaica? Two things. Where do you see Jamaica going? And if you could advise the Prime Minister right now about a course correction, what would your advice be to him?
Are you directing that at me?
Yes.
Yes. So I think the solution is going to require a long-term commitment, but it's a fairly simple solution in my view. Let's recall that India, which is now the leading tech economy in the world, 30 years ago, India had people with PhDs and other higher degrees driving rickety taxis in Mumbai
Sure.
and other cities. And the government of India recognized that in order to lift India into first world nation, they had to redirect their investment in education. And so they created a three-tier education system. Tier one is your research universities, which engaged in studies designed to understand what are some of the goods, the products and services that will be required globally. All right. Their work informed the innovation initiatives of your tier two universities, your polytechnics, and your community colleges, and other similar entities which were involved in developing software applications, developing supporting hardware systems, communication systems, new energy solutions, and so on. All right. And the third tier was the teachers colleges, where they refashioned how teacher preparation was done, so as to enable teachers to shift from being pedagogues who did telling and who gave notes and gave dictation to teachers who are capable of facilitating and stimulating enthusiasm and interest on the part of students who then, as they move from the primary and secondary level to tertiary level, would be then involved in these technological developments if they attended tier 2 universities, or involved in research to inform development activity if they move to tier 3 universities. So what my advice to the Prime Minister is and has been, that we really need to see our education system as our last and best hope for truly lifting Jamaica out of poverty. And so the solution must be that the kind of meanness, the almost bad-mindedness, to use a word of the Prime Minister, that is being shown towards tertiary institutions in Jamaica, that meanness and bad-mindedness is simply backwardness. The tertiary institutions are being punished, are being starved for funding because of personal grudges that exist between the political class and university. So we have to invest heavily in enabling the universities to undertake research. We have to create a more advanced brand of middle layer community colleges. These community colleges must be preparing students and enabling students to develop various applications and energy solutions. And this issue called TVET, we have badly understood TVET. We have thought that TVET means a girl with a baking tin, or a girl with a curling iron, or with a sewing machine. TVET is the single most expansive tool that the human being has. Everything around us, the shirt you're wearing, the computer through which I'm speaking, the chair on which I'm sitting, that TV monitor across there, all of those are products of technical and vocational education. The guy who fixes the aeroplane, the guy who develops the entire console, who builds the console of the aircraft, is a TVET expert, an engineer. So we have to understand that unless we are preparing our students to be able to provide solutions across a whole range of life circumstances, whether they are stethoscopes, dental chairs, dental equipment, all of those are inventions of some TVET trainee, but highly trained person. So we have to equip our society to be doing that. And that guy, you cannot get an AI or some other kind of machine to conceptualize how to develop a solution for making a bed. That has to be done by a human being. And so investing in education substantially. Right now in Jamaica, let me say this last point. This government spends $2 billion per year, a bare $2 billion per year, in providing capital support for schools. By contrast, the government spends $20 billion per year in providing capital support, guns, armored cars, bullets, bullet vests for the police. That amount of 20 billion is going to increase unless we spend more on education, because we're going to have more young people leaving school with inadequate skills to really make a living. And so we'll have to find a military or paramilitary or police solution to their lifestyles. So we have it all wrong in Jamaica when it comes to investing in areas of need.
I hear you, and it sounds like what you're saying is that to answer the second part of the question is that we are going into the investment in the military infrastructure to deal with wayward children, young adults, and so on and so forth, because they're not
Correct.
investing that money in education, and we've seen evidence
Precisely.
of that. So you're talking about a military solution to an education problem. Uh, all right, John, your turn.
Oh yeah, okay. You asked the direction the country's going in. Well, after COVID, um, education has really taken a massive hit. I met a 5-year-old who couldn't spell cat at 5 years old. Um, I saw a report card for a child who came eighth in her class and her average was 39 or something like that. And she came 8 out of 47 children. Um, so if he's asking for a direction where we're going, it's going to be disastrous. As we said, we must fix education. That's the foundation for the country. It's a foundation, we must fix it. For a course direction for the Prime Minister, obviously we have to transform the economy. We cannot be reliant on tourism and the call centres. They're both jobs that pay minimum wage. We're not going to get anywhere doing that. They talk about GDP. GDP barely goes up. It goes up by, it went from what? The highest GDP we've ever had was 2019. It was 15.83. And last year it went up to 16.1. Now, if you compare that to per capita and you compare it to Barbados, our per capita GDP is 5,000, something like 5,500 US. And theirs is 20,000 US. Now we have bauxite, remember, and Jamaica's an iconic country. Bob Marley, everybody knows about Bob Marley. So people want to come to Jamaica. And yet, how is it possible for tiny Barbados to be outperforming Jamaica threefold? So something's 100% wrong with our governance in the country. So also, agriculture is critical. As I said, we have to be able to feed ourselves. As I said before, if we had factories here, solar powered factories, we wouldn't have these problems where we have the price of our goods fluctuating. In the market at the moment, tomatoes have gone up to $400 a pound. Last year sometime they were down to $30. And we had a guy on the news saying that his pigs won't eat them anymore. So if we had factories here processing it, we'd know that we'd have a stable price and farmers would actually stay in business, because you said that you heard that the number in agriculture is going down. The reason it's going down because they're not making any money. It's pointless farming. If you're farming, let's say you're not getting the amount of labor that you have to do, then the cost now of your fertilizer, those prices like tripled in the last year. So your inputs far outweigh what you got your benefits. So people are quitting farming. All they're doing is just providing for the family. That's why it's going down. Also with agriculture, it doesn't matter if you have the best agricultural land in the world. If you don't have roads to get the food out, then it's just a piece of land. It's not worth anything. So we have to have road building involved. That was the first thing the Chinese did, build roads. Now we have nearly $4.2 billion sitting in the reserves. And the IMF is telling us that the economy has been run very, very well. And they're proud that we've got all this surplus. We shouldn't have a surplus if you're a poor country. We shouldn't be saving money. I'm not talking about spending money here. I'm talking about investing money. If we invest in and take our infrastructure off the grid, our public infrastructure off the grid, we're going to save 150 million immediately. So we must invest in that. So again, with education, Canute said about we have to have more technical children, don't we? They have to be learning STEM subjects. Yeah, they do. And we also need to have apprenticeships as well. So the children, when they do leave school, or they just stay in education and make sure that they learn, because not everybody's erudite. They're going to be able to study and pass exams. You're going to have other people who are better at other things. We need our I mean, in this country, you'll struggle to find a good builder. You struggle to find a good electrician. You can't find plumbers. All of these things that we need to train our people properly to do that. And if some of these people decide to leave, at least when they leave this country, they'll be earning good money elsewhere, and then your remittances will be better. Because you know, look at the amount of people have to leave this country to go to America just to do, and Canada just to do farm work. That's wrong. We should have jobs here for them to do, and I said it's possible to create these jobs. Education again. I'll go back to you said about Canute said about yeah we are going to be producing more and more criminals because they're not getting educated. I said back in I think it was 2006 or something like that. That I can't remember the name of the guy, but he said something like 7 out of 10 inmates at the prison left school with one or no subject. Now that figure's going to go up. So we know the direction the country is going to go into. We know the direction now. So if we don't make these changes now, God, who knows what will happen in the future? It's not looking good. Well, it really is not looking good in this country.
All right. Herb?
Yeah, I wish I could say that there's hope. Will, the fact of the matter is we are losing out on our kids because of the early childhood education issues. We're gonna lose generations of our kids because they're just not learning. COVID did a job on us, and the monies that we receive, that we should have equipped every household with at least a laptop or a tablet, and we should have expanded broadband to reach every household in Jamaica. That didn't happen. So we're still having a problem that will rear its ugly head again if COVID pops up again or some other exotic disease hits Jamaica within the next 5 years. Um, I spoke about the 500 million white collar jobs that AI is going to slam. Well, I mean, it's not just the white collar jobs. I see people talking about, well, we can turn to agriculture. No, agriculture is going to get slammed also. Anything that can be automated, like a factory, a production line, all of these things, remember, automation can work 24/7. Humans don't. And you need maybe 3 shifts to get 24/7 going unless they decide they're going to work maybe 2 10-hour shifts, take a 4-hour break for maintenance, and then keep going. But the bottom line here is we have fallen behind on education. Our basic schools are not being supported. I understand we have something like 300 plus infant schools where you have certified teachers teach at those infant schools for a population that I suspect is over 3 million. And it's probably going to stay that way. And the growth rate, I don't know what the growth rate is. Maybe Dr. Thompson can tell us. But we are in trouble, right? Now we're talking about re-engineering and tooling the current people who are working now. We're not even talking about the ones who are not working, and that's going to continue to grow. Now you can only have so many people washing windshields and so many people that cut lawns and do other menial jobs to, and but they have kids, and those kids, are they going to be doomed to doing the same jobs, or do you have Einstein in there somewhere that can invent something and get the family out of poverty? We have a problem, and the education system, like you said, will they've robbed up a lot of the money, We're not gonna see. We haven't seen any education improvements from 2000, early maybe 2005 till now that has made the country better off. Has made Jamaica the go-to place for outsourcing, and that outsourcing, those outsourcing jobs will keep drying up because India and the Philippines and other places are going to keep training their people at a faster rate and get them ready and prepared to bid on outsourcing and do it cheaper than Jamaica can. We in Jamaica are behind the eight ball and we have a problem because AI is in every industry, right? It's not just white collar, not just cashiers. It's going to be factory. It's going to be agriculture, farming. They're coming up with automated equipment that will do all the farmer's bidding. He's just got to sit there on his computer, program it for the week, and the machine will go out and do whatever the farmer wants. You know, so we got a problem.
All right. Isat, you've been very, very patient. And by the way, let me just say, big shout out to all the people who started with us and are still here. Big shout out to the people who have joined us. And as I've said many, many times, that I understand if you can't stay with us because, we're talking a commitment of several hours. But if you can watch it later on in small doses, then fine, because there's a tremendous amount of information that's being transmitted throughout the program. And it would be a shame if you just look at the time, look at it and say 4 hours, 5 hours, and say, "Oh, we can't bother watch it." So, if you watch the program, if your friends are going to watch the program later, because obviously you're watching, if your friends are going to watch it and they're going to be turned off by the time, just tell them take it in small doses, hour a day, good medicine, and they'll learn a hell of a lot so that once they come on board they can join us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Isat to answer those two questions I posed to the panel. Then we're going to open up the phone line and then we'll go from there. I also want to talk a little bit later on about SSL bailout and murder rate in Jamaica. So Isat, the floor is yours.
I want to start with Brenda because Brenda said too much fast food consumers in Jamaica. Brenda, I can't cook, so just leave me alone. That's where I started. But not to sound like I repeating from everybody. Where's Jamaica in a couple years from now? Nowhere. One of the things that we need to understand is Jamaica is a developing country. From administration to administration, the development has halted for whatever reasons. I'm not going to criticize politicians. I'm not a politician, but what I will say is this: education is the only way out. It is absolutely the only way out. We have to get to a place. I don't know which government is going to do it, but it was done before. Free education right up to the tertiary level is what is going to change the dynamics of Jamaica. The system must be in place, whether or not the people want to access it and want to take advantage of it, but it has to be there. Without that, if the nation doesn't become educated, like our sister nation, if I can call it that, Cuba, you'd be surprised. You go to Cuba and you go on a soccer field. So this is about the multiplicity of what education does and how it affects life. You go on the soccer field or you go to the Olympics. Do you have persons in, when you go to the Olympics, the people who are the runners are also doctors, are also lawyers, are also engineers. Same thing for the football team. When World Cup come, they have persons who are educated. We in Jamaica, we just say, yo, if me an artist, that's all me is. I don't even have to can see my name on a bull and read it because I'm committed to be an artist. Or once me can play the football, my knee better not pop out. So I can't get past the education, and because there's no investment in education. As I can tell you, we are literally in a modern world where globalization, when we complain about basic schools and stuff like that, I can respond. There is Coco Melon, there's still Disney, there's still everything to at your fingertips of parents there. That there really no excuse. I can say that come Monday morning, do we really need teachers when everything is on YouTube? What we need is to change the dynamics in terms of how information is disseminated, and this, because I know that we just need to understand, especially Herb is talking about AI. AI not reaching the Jamaican space no time soon because the facilities are not in there. So the first AI, like the AI lawyer won his case this week. I think it was Thursday. And so we have AI lawyers now. So people soon don't need regular lawyers. Can't wait till them have AI judges and AI everything, because then maybe justice can be served the way it needs to be. But what I'm saying is, even with all that's happening, it's not going to reach to Jamaica for another 30 years. So when somebody says, where you see Jamaica in 5 years? Nowhere. Whether the owner's administration gets a tribute, nothing is going to happen in 5 years. Nothing. Vision 2030 is not even a possibility anymore. Nothing is going to happen in 7 years, and we need to know that. We need to know that if we're going to fight crime, don't have the expectation for the administration to do it in a short period. The change of the guard that we're speaking of is a generational change, a 30-year span. So for what I envision is 30 years from now, and I'm in my 40s. For it to come to fruition, I have to be 70 odd. So we have to educate the nation, free education, get with that. But I'm going to reject the thing about importing workers, the brain drain. There's nothing wrong with brain drain. If everybody's educated and everybody have ability, there wouldn't be enough jobs anyway. So I want to see a nation where everybody is educated. So when people when Rattigan did something and show me what Horace Chang says at 105, and at the end of the book, the man that sits in the same room with Horace Chang is saying something totally different. Real Chinese telephone at a conference. And the people, because they can't read and write, and because all them know is green, them sit there and them go, ah! Because that's all them know. Free KFC and vote, and that's it. So I'm gonna stop right there, but to say that expect nothing to happen. This is 2023. Expect nothing to happen in 2033. We'll be having the same conversation, because Jamaica is at least 30 years behind the world, because we are developing, and understandably so. But education is the key. Free education. That's it.
All right. Thanks for your perspective. Let me just big up all of the people I'm listening in Angola, South Africa, and England, Canada as well. I'll get to the other countries. Anne Marie, you ask about the timestamp. I don't. Uh, I'm sure Kevin is listening to what I'm saying, and he probably read it in the chat. So we'll look into it and see how we can best apply to our situation. Let me turn to, and I think we've lost. I don't know. I see her put that thing in the chat about AI, which is interesting. You should take a look at that, ISAT. It looks like we've lost Canute. Hopefully he'll come back. But let me just digress a bit and talk about SSL. It's not something I was planning on talking about, but it's in the news and people are concerned about it. My takeaway from it is, again, it shows how disingenuous politicians can be. Because I remember when the news first broke that the government, through the prime minister, said that there would be no bailout. There wouldn't be. I got the impression, maybe it was a wrong impression on my part, but I got the impression that the government would not do anything to interfere with the sustainability or the continued of SSL beyond investigating it. Now I see where the government is going to pay salaries and to keep it going. And I also read something this morning where Minister Nigel Clark had said something quite differently a few years ago with a different situation. So, what are your thoughts on that, Herb? What are your thoughts on the SSL, the government getting involved and just deciding to say, okay, we're gonna, it's not alone either. They say we're gonna pay salaries and we're gonna pay for, I guess, maintenance for this thing to continue. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I keep remembering the Prime Minister's words that I guess here. Conversation. I keep remembering the Prime Minister's words that he's not going to bail them out. He's not going to do anything for them. And I know I heard ISAT mention last night that you've got to do it on behalf of the workers or something to that effect, right? But it's a private institution, and it's not the government's job to bail private institutions out, right? There are other institutions that have failed, and the government did not bail them out. So why SSL, right? This is this to me it's a serious turn of events because there's no transparency in the investigation and there's no accountability on anybody's part. They have this one lady arrested, and she, we know, is not the sole responsible person. You've got the owner and you've got his son who promptly went to Florida and opened up a business with some guy from Panama, right? And the owner is still in Jamaica trying to sell his house, and the court told him, no, you can't sell the house. So I suspect that he, and a long line of transgression that he has been involved with in the past, is going to come back to haunt him. And I suspect that he has a hand in this demise of SSL that's going to play itself out in this investigation. They said there are arrests to come. So let's see where it plays out. Let's see what happens. But no, I don't believe the Prime Minister should be bailing anybody out.
Okay. Some people are making comments about your dog. Some of them say the dog want water.
Yeah,
and
he
the
wants
dog
to
want
speak.
this.
Yeah. He's been quietly
But
staying behind me.
but the John, I know you have some strong feelings about SSL and the financial sector and the government, government involvement and all of that. Talk to us. Make us smarter about this SSL thing. Is it more? Is there more to it than what we're reading, what we're hearing?
Oh, I really don't know. I mean, I'm mystified by it. Nigel Clark says they're going to pay 14 million a month in salaries alone, and it's for 22 workers. So these people are earning, average workers earning more than 5 million per year, and you're bailing them out 5 million per year. So
To do
the
what?
top.
To do what? Do we know what they're going to be responsible for doing?
No, exactly. I don't understand why we're paying their wages. And then he said it's going to be 5 million, and then he mentioned something like 5 million as well for 5 million for maintenance and keeping the company running. 5 million. So you're going to be paying for water, electricity. What, you're going to be paying for the rent as well? Who owns the building? That's what I would like to know. Because if you're going to be paying out the 5 million or whatever it is, who owns the building that's going to be getting this money? And that's why I think the government is involved in it, because it's friend and family, somebody they know owns the building, and so they want to make sure that this person still gets the money. I just don't get it. There's some criminality in it, obviously, because there's no reason for this. There's no reason for this company to be bailed out. A private institution. Why? Why didn't they bail out the one in Ocho-Rios? What's it called? Mystic Mountain or whatever it's called. Why didn't they bail them out as well then? Every company that fails now, we're going to bail them out. I don't get it. I don't get it.
All right. Well, speaking of criminality, let me bring in ISAT. ISAT, this investigation has been going on for a while, and we were told initially that the FBI, they were sending a team and they were involved. And based on my limited experience with the FBI, I don't have a lot of experience with it, but based on my limited experience, this is not something that the FBI would be involved with for this long, and you don't hear anything from them. You don't see a press conference, you see nothing, right? But be that as it may, the criminality part of it, are you surprised that only one person has been arrested so far, given the scope and the length of the investigation, and now the involvement of other accounts and everything that's going on? Are you surprised, and do you expect to see more arrests, and how soon do you expect to see those arrests?
No, I think the minister is using too little bit of money. I think he must allocate way much more money and pay them whole heap of money. Do all that you need to do and spend the little poor people them party money, and make sure the SSL is a beacon of hope for the Jamaican people. Because I dare not speak bad of the private sector. So make sure you protect the workers and make sure that when you pay them fat like herb dog. Yeah. So pay them, give the minister the leverage, spend up the money, increase taxes, and just do everything that you need to do. Because let me tell you something. When Jesus was on the cross, there was a thief to him left and a thief to him right. And he put on him head and said, God, just forgive a thief but not a liar. Because no matter how you flip this thing, at the end of the day, history will not be kind to this madness. That's all I will say on that. So
But
if the minister need $30 million a month to clean up the nastiness that's over there, give it to him. Make him investigate. And when you're finished, the commissions and the report, because poor G never get no bail, and she had nice cracks, a nice nightie, a walker. She did everything that she was supposed to do. And she said, I can tell the accounts that I stole from. That was an indication to me that there were other accounts that she never had nothing to do with.
And she knows about it.
And there are some people, you see, the government, it is the government who told people it was safe, and they were promoting it, and their livelihoods and their future is being lost. So any amount of money that they need to investigate and find the culprit, give it to them. Because we waste money on many other things like fighting crime and giving it to the JCF. So might as well give it to SSL. All right?
Well, let me use that fighting crime thing to segue to the Minister of National Security. But my mother used to tell me that every liar is a thief and every thief is a liar. She's saying there's no distinction.
That's why I made the Jesus comment.
Yeah, there's no distinction. Or if there's a distinction without a difference. It's the same, So, so the SSL thing, I don't think, the idea that the FSL, that they came out with this report, a preliminary report saying that they found more fraud, and that the fraud has been committed and been committing for a longer period than initially believed. It just tells me that there is just so much here, and God knows when we'll get to the end of this. Now that the FBI is involved, what they should be doing is they should be looking to see if money is stolen by those people who headed the organization, if those funds were wire transferred because of the fast system, and then the FBI would have jurisdiction to bring start an investigation and get prosecutions in Florida. That's what I would be mostly interested in, because they said that the FBI is still assisting. But based on my limited experience with the FBI, that experience you're talking about, it's coming out of the legat office, out of the embassy. It's just one person there, and they're probably running leads through that person. That's all they're doing. They're saying, can you check this? Can you check that? There is no major task force here with the FBI involved and FBI personnel, because that would have almost required a press conference where the team leader would have said, we're here and this is what we're doing. At least that's my experience with these types of things overseas. So I'm willing to bet that there is no FBI team. It's just the FBI staff, which is one person, I believe, and a secretary at the embassy, and they're just running leads. But the murder rate in Jamaica, I was completely startled today because a brethren of mine, and he's watching, he called me and he said, you know, the murder rate in Jamaica, last year it was about 52 per 100,000. War zones don't have those numbers. In the US, the murder rate is 9%. Per 9 per 100, not 9%, 9 per 100,000. So for every 100,000 people, 9 people will be victims of homicide. And they apply that. That's the standard they apply globally. 9 per 100,000. Then you come to Jamaica, and it's 52.9. Thanks, Kevin. 52.9 last year. So there it is. Throw it up for me, please. There it is, folks. Let me see if we can. If you can enlarge that so that people can actually. But look at that. Jamaica. There you go. 52.9. Venezuela. Distant second. 40.4. TNT. 39.4. Honduras. 35.8. Colombia. 26.1. And Ecuador 25.9. Look at that, folks. So it's one thing when they say, well, it's, you know, whatever the number is, 1,200, 1,300 people died. That number is just like internal. Like, okay, 1,300 people died in Jamaica. But then when you look at the rate now, which is an international statistic, right? It's 52, and this is per 100,000. 52.9. War zones don't have these numbers. And now I'm being told that it's approximately, it's somewhere near 50, I think it's 51. My brethren tell me say it's like 51 already this year. For this calendar year, it's about 51. Folks, those numbers are high. They're high. And so I just need somebody to tell me, what is the government doing to address this issue? And please don't tell me state of emergency. Don't tell me curfews. Don't tell me that. Just tell me, what is the government doing to address this high number? They didn't put out this number, and I just saw this number today. I didn't even know it was 52.9 last year. This is Herb, help me out. Help us out, Herb. 52.9 last year. And I'm hearing that it's approaching that number already for this calendar year. Help us out. What first of all, what does this number mean? And how can we bring this number down?
Well, what the number means is that the leadership has abandoned the people a long time ago. They're interested in making money. They rejected every program we took down there in 2016, which included the Project Star style program. And we told them,
stop right there, Herb. Stop right there. Yeah. I need you to repeat that. I need the people to understand. People, especially those living in Jamaica, I need them to understand the contribution offered by the diaspora. I want to say contribution by the diaspora. I'm talking about seasoned law enforcement / intelligence professionals. People who have seen these issues in Jamaica. People who have dealt with these issues in Jamaica. People who have resolved issues like what we see in Jamaica elsewhere. Please just repeat that piece where you said you went down in 2016 and what happened.
Yeah, myself and Dr. Rupert Francis led a team down in 2016, and we spoke with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and we spoke with the Ministry of National Security, and we gave them the blueprint to recover a lot of the communities by having a community policing style program and by engaging the citizens of these communities, by supporting the remnants of associations that were in those communities doing good work. We said they needed to be supported. And here's what, in addition, you can do with various sports type programs that bring people together. And once they're together, now you can have educational type programs that will help to recover those people who dropped out of school, those people who weren't going anywhere fast in life, and they needed help, right? But they ignored us for over 7 years. And it's only this year that I see clearly that the clear, hold, and build concept that we spoke about back then in 2016, that they're now beginning to employ the build portion, because we said to them to build in communities. You're going to need the requisite ministries, whether it's labor, whether it's social security, health, education. All of these ministries are needed to have specific programs to impact those communities. They've been going into community after community, and they scatter the how can I say, the underground economy membership to the four winds, right? Now, when you scatter those folks, what did you create? What did you replace it with? When you went in and you took out Dudus, what did you do to help the people at Tivoli? What did you replace Dudus with? Right? I know the Prime Minister's wife has done an adequate job of running the construction program for the JLP. That's Dudus's replacement in construction. But none of that money is being passed down into the community. Nobody's buying school books. Nobody's doing any enhancements for the various high school and elementary schools in those regions, right? Julius was doing a whole lot, and they have not been able to replace him in that sense. So you have to have a social program when you go into these communities and you execute ZOSO or states of emergency. That has not happened. And I didn't see it happening until the private sector probably decided, well, let's see if we can do what the diaspora said we should have been doing. And it's been working in a lot of areas. The STAR program will work. We've seen it work between the Crips and the Bloods in Los Angeles, California. That's what that's the program that was utilized by a Jamaican police captain out there,
Whittingham.
able to help control things and to lower the temperature. And we need to do that. The temperature is sky high in Jamaica. There's
Herb,
too much guns coming in, and these
Herb,
guns are being employed.
While you have the floor, let me ask you to do another thing for me. You're talking about 2016. Something happened after. There was a town hall meeting with the Minister of National Security, and that meeting was hosted by the ambassador, Jamaican ambassador to the United States, and
Archer
it was a
Mark,
town hall
yes.
meeting. Please
Yeah.
tell our viewing audience what happened, because that came after the 2016 trip. What happened after that?
Well, I believe that happened around 2021, if I'm not mistaken. And he was asked specifically, what can the diaspora do to assist you in bringing down crime and establishing more secure areas in Jamaica? And he says the diaspora could not do anything for him or for his police officers. He didn't want us reaching out to any individual police stations. He didn't want us reaching out to police areas. He said there was nothing we can do except send money. And other than, I mean, it was
He
a
said,
slap.
He said something else. He said, if you want to come down and do a speech, we will approve if you want to come down
Yeah,
and do a
yeah,
speech. But
well,
in terms of
yeah,
working with us, he said, no, you're not going to be working with us. And it's interesting that that meeting was followed by another meeting, and that was a meeting with the police commissioner where the Project Star, they had it's a private private government
PSOJ.
partnership,
Yeah,
right?
PSOJ
And he
partner.
was at a meeting where Miss Kitty asked him same question: what
Yeah,
can the Jamaicans in Jamaica and the diaspora do to help you, JCF, to
yeah,
fight crime? And his answer was that he was blessed and that he wasn't there wearing his police commissioner's hat.
right.
Now,
Yeah,
folks, think about that. Think about that. The diaspora has reached out, has extended its arm to say, listen, we're all one. We're all one. And we have something that we believe we can offer. At least listen to what we're saying. We're bringing resources. We're bringing technical expertise. We're bringing all kinds of things to help because Jamaica, at the end of the day, belongs to all of us, and we want to see Jamaica thrive and prosper in light of 2030 and beyond. And we were roundly rejected. And this, what we're seeing, is the direct result of that rejection. And so the question is, who do we have managing the store? Who are these people in charge of the crime port or the anti-crime portfolio in Jamaica? It's a joke. You have a minister of national security who's a medical doctor who has no crime experience. And by the way, his crime experience, if we have to say he has crime experience, let's go back to 2010, the cable that was the WikiLeaks cable, where the American government, the embassy in Jamaica,
yep.
tied him to criminals in Jamaica. And I'm not making this up. I mean, I don't have it up now, but next week, Kevin, we have to put that up so people can see that we're not fabricating anything. This is a cable that came out of the American embassy where they tied him and others, but they specifically identified him, right? And then we also have a police commissioner who is absolutely clueless. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but at some point you have to draw the line and just rub him and just cross him out and just say, no, this man is no good for Jamaica. This man is no good. His own friends in the business sector, they've told me personally that he's very good with PowerPoint charts. They said he's very good with that. But PowerPoint charts can't fight crime. They need a leader. And this man, that ship is rudderless. And so I'm making a plea for him again to step aside and let somebody else from within that organization take over that ship. I'm also making a plea for them to stop doing what they're doing with Chairman James because it's a losing battle and they're gonna end up with egg on their face. I'm telling you this, particularly with the interdiction as well as with the release of his personal information. So I have at this point, I'm telling you, I have no faith, no confidence in the ministry's ability to address the crime issue in Jamaica. Somebody put in the chat, and it may very well be true. I don't know it as a fact, but may very well be true. Where they say that they're just sitting back and basically letting people kill themselves, and they just get rid of the bad element because they can't do it themselves, right? I've even offered to them, folks. I've even offered to them, and I said it earlier. I've said to them, listen, I have some contacts. I left the FBI 7 years ago, right? 6+. And I've said to them, I can still link you guys up with those contacts. You don't have to give me anything. No credit, no payment, nothing. I'm doing this because I love my country and I love my people and I want to see what's best for Jamaica. And to show that I have no allegiance to party, I went to the PNP when they were in power, and now I'm with the JLP and I'm asking them, I'm saying, look, let me just help you. Let me put you in touch with these people. Look at what they're doing. See if you can shoehorn it into the Jamaican experience. And if it's a benefit, fine. But at least look at it. Don't dismiss things without looking at them. And so far, it's
no recognition, no thanks. We're just continue doing. We will continue to fight crime with SOEs and Zozos and curfews and this and that. Somebody just mentioned about guns coming into Jamaica. They should be reminded that the Minister of National Security himself said that Jamaica has about, I think it was like 140 illegal points of entry into Jamaica. The borders are porous. I have a gentleman who was in government who told me that he was in St. Thomas on the beach one Sunday with his family, and he actually watched guns being brought into the island from an unattended and illegal port of entry. He actually witnessed it. So, that's why we have started this One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. Because no, we're not only talking about what's going on in Jamaica, what's wrong with Jamaica. We are going to address it. We're going to talk the talk and we're going to walk the walk. And so stay tuned. Support this foundation because it might be the last line of defense from a lot of you in Jamaica. Because talking to a government that refuses to listen is of no use. And I was once told that if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, the one thing you can be certain about, it's not a chicken. It's not a chicken. You may say, well, we're not sure if it's a duck. It walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, but we know it's not a chicken. And so what we're saying is that what's going on in Jamaica, we know it's not right. And we know that the people who are there to protect us, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're collecting big, massive salaries. In fact, the police commissioner is the highest paid police commissioner in the history of the JCF. Highest paid. To do what? To do what? And look at all the politicians around him. Look at all of them. They're getting paid. They were complaining, we do this, we do that, including Lisa Hanna, by the way, who was the one who put out that article saying that you get what you pay for. And she was saying a politician's job includes more than just, representing somebody in parliament. It includes this, that. So basically what they're saying is that we were getting part-time payment for full-time employment. Well, now they're getting full-time payment. And where are they? Where are they? So, folks, when you see me get passionate about this, and I'm getting off the soapbox now, but let me just say, every time I come to do a program, whether it's this program or somebody's program, and I look at my background, that is more than enough passion for me to do a program about what's going on in Jamaica, right? And for those of you who don't know what that background behind me means, that's my first house in Waterhouse. That's where I lived. And that picture was taken a few months ago. And when I lived there, it was the same thing, right? So I sit here as a concerned Jamaican. And I'm just hoping that the people of Jamaica will open their eyes to what's going on. And they will take whatever action is necessary to remedy the situation. I can't tell you what to do and I won't tell you what to do. All I can do is bring you the facts and say, here are the facts, and now it's up to you. So here it is again, the bank account for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And you can actually send money to that account now using the email. It's open. Next week, the website will be up and we will have the ability for you to make donations using a bank card or a credit card. But people, we need to get passionate about this. There it is. We need to get passionate about how we feel, how we think about Jamaica, because we sit back and we talk. Some of us don't even talk, but at least when you talk, you start to educate people, and that's where we are right now. We're in the education phase. And I see where people, big up to all the people in Mandeville who are watching me at the bar there, right? it I mean, I'm heartened by the fact when people call me and say, listen, Mr. Rattigan, at the bar, we put on the thing on the TV and everybody climb in and come in at the bar and start watch you. Or somebody say, boy, I have a thing, I'm a yard and I invite all of my neighbors them and them come in and them watch because them say we're actually learning about what's going on. And from the moment you start learning, then that should inspire to start doing. If you don't know, it's hard for you to act. Once you know, then it's a different story. So let me jump off of my soapbox now because we have three highly intelligent and competent people here who can talk about the issues as well regarding crime. But crime is just the anti-crime issue is just near and dear to me because there's so much that we as a diaspora could have done and we still can do to help Jamaica because we will never turn our backs on Jamaica. Never ever. If this government should call me tomorrow and say, listen, all right, we need you to come in and take a look at some things and give us your ideas. I'm on the next plane. I'm on the next plane. And I speak for Herb. He's here, but I speak for him. If they call her up tomorrow and say, listen, we need you to come in and help us do this, and that, he's on the next flight. He's on the next flight because we're passionate about Jamaica. Had it not been for Jamaica, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you. Jamaica gave me my foundation, and I can't turn my back on Jamaica, and I can't turn my back on the Jamaican people. Herb?
I would like to add that the reason why we've had to come to a conclusion that legal action is the only way that you have the legislature and the executive that's mired in corruption. Every aspect of Jamaican government and the lifelines that the government is supposed to give to the people is mired in corruption. And the only way to resolve that is going to the justice system, the judiciary. And if we fail at the judiciary, then I think, things are just going to cave in down there unless young people like, uh, a good attorney sitting here. He's smart, he's energetic, he has a lot of good ideas, but we need a lot more attorneys like him. All right. And we need them in various areas where they can be effective. But the corruption is so rampant. Every time we made a move, we found out they didn't want us there because they knew we would discover very quickly that things weren't as it appears. When we asked for accountability for monies that the diaspora been sending down there, we couldn't get any. When we asked them where did the 700 million plus for COVID, where was that spent, we couldn't get any accountability. They have failed in every instant to be transparent and to give us an accounting. And they truly are arrogant enough to believe that we don't need any answers. And that arrogance is so insulting that I don't know how people can stomach even making requests to them because it's a joke. You request something through JAMP or any other means, and you're gonna be, blocked, or it's gonna be drawn out, or you're gonna be denied, or they're gonna come up with some excuse as to why they can't tell you what's going on. You've got the murder in the prime minister's lawyer's home. And what happened? The police go there and they have to wait a couple of weeks. Why? Because the man was given bed rest by his doctor. My God, how many of your clients, I said, get 2 weeks of bed rest until they can come and tell the police, how come this man have 6 bullet holes and 50 stab wounds in his back? I mean, this is ridiculous. Nobody goes through that kind of crap. I mean, who gets these kind of breaks? Everywhere you turn, SSL, the scandals that permeated with this gentleman that runs SSL for decades. It's been popping up everywhere, and nobody can put this man in jail. Nobody can arrest the problem. The problems just keeps happening over and over and over again. So you kind of get fed up after a while, and you need a proper investigation. Okay, we have certain people with certain skills that can bring out the truth, and this is what we intend to do. We will do whatever is necessary to uncover the truth and to bring it to the attention of the courts. And then let's see what the courts do with it. Let's see if the courts are honest brokers and if they listen to people like Mr. Rattigan or Mr. Buchanan. Let's see
Well,
where
you
they.
know what? Isaac, now that you mentioned the court system, Isaac is a defense attorney, and I'm sure his take is a bit different. But uh, I'm going to ask him this question. What, if anything, you think can be done to address the issues regarding maybe training? I don't know. But what do you think can be done to address the human rights violations that you see being committed by the police? What do you think can be done? Before you answer the question, this is the first call. Let me just take this caller. Caller, go ahead, please. Good evening.
Good evening. You guys have been talking about a lot of things that the country is mired into. And there's so many of them. I mean, you could talk about this for an entire week or year or month. But there's one that, with respect to BOJ governor, that says that. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there's one with respect to the BOJ governor that says that you can't have any wide scale increases because if you do have wide scale increases, it will cause inflation, which is true. It's true. And what it would eventually do is put more pressure on the Jamaican economy, and then it will be more hardship for the Jamaican people as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Now, to combat that, you really need to have increased local production. And one of the things that John spoke about earlier was, how do you produce? How do you produce? You can't produce in Jamaica because energy is so expensive, so you obviously need renewable energy. And if you look at the trade balance and you see what the government is importing into the country, the highest bill there is energy, oil. So a lot of companies will not come to Jamaica in droves, clearly because they can't obviously afford the energy cost. So you obviously need to work on the energy, and then maybe you'll have a lot more businesses coming in at cheaper energy prices, and they'll be able to produce. Because they need to produce. They need to look at the things that they're importing into the country. And like someone said on the program in the 70s and 80s, I think it was Mr. Thompson or Kenny, but he said, we used to import a lot of things like butter beans. I think John said that. We used to produce those things. And it's for like $2.50 a can. And we're not even producing enough. We're even importing stuff like chicken back and chicken necks. And those are things that can be produced locally. We don't have to actually import those things from abroad, right? So they clearly need to work on the energy problem, and then they can go after the production stuff where energy is cheaper. Then obviously companies will be able to come in and be able to produce stuff at cheaper price. And that's why we have to buy from abroad, because if we produce some of those things at the price that we're going to assess to them, then we can't compete against the foreigners. A couple other quick things. I heard Isaac. I think it was Isaac. No, I think it was John that says the IMF bragging about the 4.2, what do you call it, surplus, net international reserve.
Yeah, this BOJ, I think they have a surplus.
That's a phony number. That's a phony number, because if you look at if you were to believe the government number, I think they're like 78% of the GDP. That 78% of debt is equivalent to about 9.2 or 9.3 billion dollars. So when you have a 4.2 billion dollars in NRI, and you put that against your 9.4, 9.3 billion dollars, that's a difference of about $5 billion, which really is a deficit. There's no surplus here. No surplus.
Well, I'll ask John that question once you finish up your points. You have another point?
Yes, I have another point. Someone said something else. I think Isaac said that Jamaica is a developing country. I'm not sure exactly what he means by that. If he means a poor developing country, because how can you have a developing country when you were quoting some of the same things you're talking about in the program? For example, crime, 52.9 per 1,000, which is number one on the chart. And the second closest country, Venezuela, it's 40. Significant difference. How can you be a developing country when your exchange rate is 150 to US or over $200 to a sterling pound? How can that be a developing country when you have these difference in numbers? That can't be. I don't know if that's a developing country. Jamaica's been a developing country from like the 70s, at least 50 years, half a century, and they have not transitioned from developing to maybe a better country. It's the same thing that we've had from all that time. It just has gotten worse.
Okay.
So there's so many things you guys have talked about, and one of the things that I said to you, Rattigan, I think I put it in your chat room, as you're bigging up some people in a bar in Mandeville. Big up to them for them sitting and listening to this type of stuff. You need to probably look into getting a TV license. So some of those people don't necessarily have to go to a bar, because remember, people went to a bar today, but there are also even more that didn't go to the bar. If they have some local TV that they can watch you on, you get your message across to Jamaica, and you educate people, because they said that's what your intent is, to educate and hold these politicians and some other people responsible. So
All right. That's
the license stuff is something you should look into one day.
right.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I needed them to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And I don't know if you've seen the account number and the routing number and the email, but I would suggest that, what you have suggested to me is a very, very good idea. Now, I need you to do a very, very good donation to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, so that we can get this thing rolling, because we're looking to do a radio station, or at least have buy time on a radio station where we can do maybe a weekly program on a local radio station, and then a TV station as well. But the journey of 1,000 steps starts with the first step. Or the journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And this is the first step today, where we established the foundation. So I thank you for that. And let me just have Isaac and John respond to what you just said, all right?
Well, one quick thing.
Sure.
One thing. First, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be on board, and congratulations, obviously, for getting this thing going. It's the start of something that could be really significant.
Well, let me say, before we go further, let me just say congratulations to all of us, because this is, look at the name, One Jamaica. It's for all of us.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Take care of yourself. Be well.
Yes, sir. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right, John, do you want to jump in on that one? The deficit in the reserve. Gentleman is saying that it's a bogus number, the 4.5 or whatever the number is, because he's saying that there's a 9 point something elsewhere. And so when you put the two numbers together, there's a deficit of 5 point something billion. So there's no surplus.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but there is money in there is nearly 4.2 billion in the reserves, and the debt is actually about 14.1, 14.2. Yeah, so when you take one away from the other, yeah, you end up with about 9 billion. So yeah, when they talk about having a surplus, the surplus that they're talking about is that every year when they do the budget, they have to save X amount of money, and that is the surplus. They're not talking about marrying these two figures together. If they did, then they would say that we were in debt by 9 billion there, but they're saying that we're in debt by 14 point whatever it is billion. But the thing about the debt is, if you then convert it into Jamaican dollars, that is the problem, because we don't use US dollars, we use Jamaican dollars. And in 2013, when the IMF rolled up and put us into this austerity program, which was the most cruelest austerity program on the planet, and still is, the debt was 2 trillion Jamaican dollars, and today it's nearly 2.2 trillion dollars. It's gone up in Jamaican dollars, and we spent more than $3 trillion servicing the debt. Yeah, so So when the IMF comes here and they're bragging and saying that we're managing they're managing the economy well, far from it. If you're, as the gentleman mentioned, look at the dollar. It's $155 now, isn't it, to the Jamaican, to the US. When the IMF rolled up, it was $100. So we're having to go 50% harder now to get a US dollar, 50% harder. Yeah. So. Yes,
Hold on. No, finish up, John. Finish up.
Yes, I understand what he's saying, but there is 4.2 billion sitting there. There shouldn't be sitting there. As I said, we need to invest that money. Yeah.
So you're saying that's just that's as a result of IMF regulations and why they have that reserve? Because if they really look at the reserve and look at the debt, then there would be a deficit.
Yes, and again, but it looks like in the IMF agreement, it prevents us from doing these investments because it's obviously better to invest than to save your money. I say you invest in renewables, straight away you're going to be saving money. And as the gentleman mentioned, the highest part of our import bill by far is energy. It's importing your petrol and your more so your oil and your natural gas. Just think about how big an impact that would make immediately just by switching to renewables.
All right. Before we get to ISAT's explanation about this developing country bid, let me just take this call. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Wilfred Rattigan.
Yes, sir.
My name is Earl McFarlane.
I know Earl McFarlane. Is this the same Earl McFarlane who went to Balmaji?
Yeah, man. We were good friends, man.
Bless up yourself, brother.
Yeah, man. When you came to the United States, you told me you were leaving. When you came here, we used to keep in touch.
Yes.
And I lost contact with you. And recently, a brother of mine told me that a man is in Jamaica named Rattigan, and you too. I said, the only Rattigan I know from water was like Wilfred. We were good friends when we were going to Palma G school.
I me see man. Me see man.
Yeah, man. I knew that. Believe I knew you actually know.
All right. Well, here what? What you do is drop a number somewhere where we can link you after the program.
All right.
All right. You may just want to drop it in the chat, but then I will call you and we'll talk further. All right.
All right. So leave the number now.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You can just put it in the chat.
All right.
All right, my brother. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Yes, caller. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
I am hearing you loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, everyone on the panel.
Good evening.
Okay.
Also, good evening.
Speaking about your rights as a citizen, if I could take the government to court for breaching my constitutional rights, will I have the same legal, successful representation using the free legal service as to hire a lawyer? And I underline the word successful. And why?
No, hold on 1 second. Let me stop you right. How many questions do you have?
One question.
One. All right, because you ask it. So you want to, are you clarifying the question? Because ISAT is ready to answer your question.
Yes. Yes. So I asked the question. Did you hear the question?
Yes. If you sue for breach of the Constitution in Jamaica, if you'll get the same kind of representation if you use a free lawyer.
Right. And why? Because most Jamaicans do not have the money to hire a lawyer. That's the reason why I asked the question. If it will, you'll get that level
Oh, so
of
you're asking if legal
representation
aid, if
using a
legal
free
aid will,
lawyer.
so you're asking if, and that's a question that people ask here in America all the time. You're asking if legal aid will provide a sufficient, mount a sufficient defense yeah,
Yes,
or
right.
not a defense,
Defense.
not a
Absolutely,
defense, because
yes.
no, you're suing, no, but if you're suing the government, I don't
Hmm.
think that, I don't know if you'll get legal aid for that. I don't know. Isaac is the best person to ask, and he's here. So
Okay, let him answer for me now, please. I
yeah,
want to
yeah, yeah,
know.
yeah, I'll back
All
away. Yeah,
right,
yeah,
so
yeah. All right. Thank you for the call.
Thank you.
All right.
there is no legal aid available for you to do that. In fact, legal aid is really reserved for persons who find themselves in trouble with the law where they need defending. And the lawyers who are listed as legal aid lawyers, they range from recently at the bar to as high as King's Counsel. So just like in every country, you may get a top lawyer or not, depending on what the legal aid assignment is. But certainly, the government is not going to pay a lawyer to sue them. So you can take that
Right.
out of your mind.
Right. But let me follow up on her question. If is there how are lawyers assigned? Putting aside her constitutional questions, let's just say it's a criminal matter and they can't afford legal defense. How are lawyers assigned to those types of cases? Because you said they're ranged. So I'm saying, can't you
No, no,
walk
no,
in?
no. There are a lot of lawyers who are on the legal aid list. Usually in court, when the defendant indicates that they cannot afford a lawyer, the judge will ask attorneys who are in the bench, and it's random selection, or the court
All
appoints
right.
a lawyer.
What if she walked into court and she said, I can't afford an attorney, but I know that there's something called pro bono that the bar encourages these top law firms to do. And I know Mr.
Mhm.
Ice that he has a law firm, and I want to ask Mr. Ice that if he can represent me. Is that plausible?
No, well, like I say, I don't accept I'm not on the legal aid list. But if I see something in the court, I certainly will take the case without taking the government's money. So it's just
Okay.
a matter, and it all depends on the case. But what I will say is that there are many lawyers who take cases when they're witnessing, and they step up to the plate. I learned that from being in court, where senior lawyers saw something happening to a defendant and they get up and they intervene.
Okay.
And so I
So,
learned from senior lawyers to do that. So pro bono, it can come, and many lawyers they take it on. But boy, it just depends on the type of case and if the spirit move you to assist.
okay. So, Carla, you hear that? If you're planning to sue the government for a constitutional violation, there is no legal aid available for that. Legal aid is available if you're a criminal defendant and you cannot afford to mount a defense. Then the government will provide you with legal aid. And there is a list, and sometimes people are in court, and depending on what your case is about, they may or may not choose to represent you. But you can also always go to tell the judge that you need a lawyer, and then the judge will, he'll use whatever procedures is mandated to select a lawyer to represent you. I don't think you can tell the judge who you want to represent you. Uh, it's just up to the
No,
judge.
don't say that. Persons have in the past said it, and the lawyer was so flattered that they took the case. So
And say yes, okay, all right, fine. So yeah, if
I've
you're a
seen
criminal
I've seen a
defendant,
lady. I've
if
seen a lady say, I want Mr. Tom Tavares and nobody else. We want the best lawyer.
and the judge said yes.
Mr. Tavares would have, Mr. Tavares Pinson, as flattered as he was, he assisted the lady. So sometimes you get
So it's
what you
up to him.
ask
So
for.
you can ask for whoever you want to represent you. It's
Mhm.
not guaranteed that
You're
you're
not
gonna
going to
get that
guarantee,
person.
right? Right.
And then also the most important point is that that's for criminal defense. It's not for a civil matter.
Correct.
The government is not going to provide you with an attorney to sue the government. So that's that. Where were we? Oh, ISAT, the developing country thing. You had
Yeah,
mentioned.
so I when I mentioned it, I also clarified it that we must remember that we are a developing nation. We are a young nation. and development is supposed to take place. It is supposed to be a part of every government's manifesto, what aspect of it, what aspect of the country they intend to develop. And while there is development, there must also be maintenance. And so we are clear, even this current government, they have done a lot of development, they've done a lot of roads. But is that a part, did they allow the people to march along with that development? And so we can't reject the idea that that Jamaica is no longer a developing country because we are the leading place in the world for crime. We used to be the leading, we used to be the world champion, and we have the leading reggae artists. Yeah, developing countries will have the leading, but while we develop, we can't be proud. Like, yeah, you were leading in crime. Yeah, murder rate. Yeah, high crime society. Bad
We
man
have
business.
we have about 20 minutes left.
No, I'm
And
just leaving it
let,
at that. But I just appreciate that it must not be lost on the people that we're a developing nation and we need to develop, as in improve the lives of the people. That's what we're here for. That's the discussion. Develop the people. That's it.
well,
Ratty,
when you talk about say that it's there is development because we have roads built. I mean, certain roads, not the roads that lead into certain
Notorious.
areas.
Well,
There's
sir,
certain,
let me tell you something.
Notorious.
Election must be very near because the roads I drive on, I'm not even hearing my car go blue 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 blue. It used to have a
well,
sound. But
what,
the
we need to
roads to my house and to where I work is paved recently in tar, courtesy of the Jamaica Labour Party. And
right.
I can say the way I feel about my MP Delroy Chuck right now, he might get my vote because
Right.
my roads are
But you know
nice.
what? You're fortunate in that you can say that because thousands of Jamaicans can't say that. For example, look at the lady that they affectionately refer to as a donkey lady. I mean, the issue was bad road, right?
Bad road.
And instead they give her a donkey. One person benefited from a donkey. What about the community?
No,
Right?
these are the realities, which is why I say development without making the people march along is not development at all. We are forgetting that.
All right.
one of the
I
things,
see. One second, Herb. I see where somebody said Kevin Wright saying we don't have crime like Chicago. Kevin, that may or may not be correct, but keep in mind that Chicago is not a country. Chicago is a city. And also, Chicago is in America. We're focused on Jamaica. If we keep focusing on what's going on in other parts of the world, especially when it comes to crime, that will be an excuse for us to say, well, we're not that bad because look at this place and look at that place. And in the meantime, the question is, well, what are we doing to reduce it? And if the if the anticipated reduction is based on state of emergency, ZOZO, and curfews, that's not good enough because they've been using those things for years. And all you do is you disperse crime. You go in an area. First of all, you announce you're coming, right? You announce you're coming, whether it's intentional or otherwise, but people know you're coming, and then they disperse. And then they move to quiet places like Mandeville and so on and so forth. And then the crime rate, as I said, turn up in them place there. Right? So, I mean, how does that help Jamaica when you say, well, Chicago is this and Chicago is that? I could care less what happens in Chicago. I care more about what happens in Jamaica. Let's contain the crime in Jamaica. Then when we have a peaceful Jamaica, we can start sitting down and say, but look what's going on in Chicago. Then we can talk about Chicago. But we can't talk about somebody else's house that's burning down while our house is burning down. That makes no sense. No sense. So with all due respect, anybody else who going to come up and make a comparison with Jamaica and someplace else saying that it's worse someplace else, I'm not prepared to take on that conversation because my focus is Jamaica first, and then everything else after. So let's deal with the fire that's burning down our house, and then we can sit back and critique what's going on elsewhere. The only time I would say let's look at other people is in the case of South Africa, for example, because they have a similar crime problem, and I know for a fact that they come up with all kinds of initiatives. How do I know this? Because I was part of that as well, right? And I still maintain my relationship with them, and I know what's going on. And all I'm saying is that not that whatever they're doing in South Africa will work. All I'm saying is just take a look at it. Just take a look and see if it will work. But in terms of comparing, what's going on here with Chicago or elsewhere, no, sir, we can't deal with that. John, go ahead, please.
On the crime issue. First of all, I say that it's going to be difficult to manage crime when your police officers are not looked after. I mentioned more than once that we have policemen housed in shipping containers. They don't have vehicles, so you're never going to fight. They've got no. Yeah, if you're going to work in that kind of environment, how are you going to be motivated to work and serve the people? It's more or less impossible. And so, I mean, in the short term, crime is going to go up. No, in the long term, crime is going to go up. I don't see it ever declining because it's without fixing education, it can only but get worse. I just don't see a fix to crime with what we're doing at the moment. We have to go back, start fixing education, put more money into policing. We have to redirect our money, as I said before. That will be redirected, and some of it must go to policing. You can't have policemen in shipping containers and expect them to perform. Not when you're building a $50 million Parliament building and you spend $68 million on NIDS. It's not possible.
Right, right. I mean, you're in the criminal
I
justice system.
will, before you do that, I just need to make clear something. I noticed my sarcasm I have very poor sarcasm because in the comments I'm being schooled on saying I need more for vote. It was a sarcastic statement. Yeah, all right, so just let me clarify that. I'm not so shallow that you can fix my road and get my votes. Just let me make that clear. Yeah, you were saying no?
Yes. People, the more you watch ISAT, the more you understand where he's coming from. That a lot of times he'll say things with tongue in cheek, and he'll be sarcastic, and you just have to ride a wave with him. Don't just take him to heart like that. And usually by the end of his statement, you'll know that he's being sarcastic. By the very end. No, I was going to ask you, say that since you're in the legal business, and so you see what's going on every day with the crime issue. Now, the JCF leadership and the government, they would give the impression that crime is under control to some degree. What are you seeing?
So I really can tell you that the social media arm of the JCF is really good. Like when I go on Twitter and their response, if in the real world they had responded to crime like you can say something on Twitter and they will snap back. The snapback is so good. You just love the JCF social media arm. Unfortunately, what is on the ground, you get what you pay for. They're not playing the police, so I don't expect them to fight crimes. Some of them have ended up being my clients for whatever reason, but it cannot be that one little young youth who is probably 22, 23 have 260 cases and going to court for 20 of them and is the investigator and the arresting officer for another 40 of them. You cannot find crime because there's not enough boots on the ground and you're not paying them to have integrity, honesty, high probity, and further of all, human rights. They're not trained in that area. And when I say trained, that some of them have never even had the opportunity to hear about the charter as how we just did it earlier in this show. Nobody has gone through it with them like that for them to appreciate that they themselves are human beings. So the approach that's being taken where, yeah, you crack down on scamming, but no, you crack down on scamming and money I for make beryllium truck, I gotta get knocked. And then everybody say, oh, these men are savages, but you have to give people something to do. So if you're not feeding the people, you're gonna have perennial larceny. And then the people gonna say, well, you can't steal my goat and my fruits, and so you're gonna have jungle justice. And then we don't connect it. You don't give opportunities for people to leave. They're gonna stay in their places, and People need to procreate, rape is going to go high. People can't
Right.
pay for the big woman, they're going to molest the young people. So it never stops. And so when
Right.
they
It's
think
a
they're
vicious
fixing that,
cycle.
they're not.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Hold on one second. Caller, go ahead, please.
Hello, everyone. Just a question. You know, we've spoken extensively about corruption. And then I think last week you mentioned how racism plays a factor in, you know, how the government
And
approach,
poverty.
you know, dealing with the, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering, what do you, what is more pronounced? Like, what is the relationship, or is it because of one, you know, it acts, but synergistically and amplifies the effect of the other? Just want to find the correlation, or what takes precedent, one or the other. Then my next thing is about SSL. I was just wondering, it seems as if the government have some connection with what's going on, because if you look at it, it's not that it says that the payment is going to be into the foreseeable future, and it's not when the investigation is going to be completed or that the investors are going to get their money back.
Mm-hmm.
It seems as if, you know, that, you know, like the prime minister is like shackling the Jamaican taxpayer into slavery in order to pay back SSL all this money. So is there a connection that could be investigated to see why is it that the prime minister is shackling the taxpayer in Jamaican to SSL? So that's that was what my question was. Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much.
Oh, dude, that was such a beautiful question. All I can say, she should write them down and send it to the opposition so somebody from that side can go into the Senate and ask these tough questions. Well put together.
Okay. Well, the thing is, regarding what's going on with the Prime Minister and SSL, it's kind of difficult at this point because this is late breaking news and we still don't know what that connection is, except we know that he withdrew funds before it went belly up. And during COVID, and people are asking questions, how did he get a tip, or what happened? How did this come about? Let me take this call. Caller, go ahead, please. Hello, go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead, please.
Good night. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. And you?
Yeah, man. God, really fine. I enjoy your program with Rattigan and everyone. But I like to say something to Rattigan. I just want to, you know, but not Isaac should say.
Okay, Isaac is listening.
Isaac. He could be my son, right? But I was listening to him last night, and he was giving an illustration about something with that man that daughter get killed, young daughter, throat cut and thing. But I want to say to him, the father, 90% of I listened to the recording and that thing that he sent, and 90% of the time he was talking about himself, not his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about he was the victim. And to me, the daughter was a victim. He should be talking more about his daughter.
So tell me the question you have for Isaac, because you're saying that.
When I was in Jamaica, I was with my two kids. I just give Isaac an illustration about something that he can pick out sense out of what I'm saying. I had two kids.
Yeah.
One day a woman looked at me and said, "Why don't you come with me go walk the morning thing?" I said to her, "Look, are you crazy? Must I come out of the house and leave my kids alone and come walk with you?" Right. I met this lady again. She wanted to have a child. I said, "No, you can't have a child. I'm a married man. You can't have a child for me." And I talked to her, I sit her down and I talked to her. I said, "Look, you're working and what you're working is small, but through a partner. And when you get the partner, think like you didn't get it. Just bank it." At that time, you used to get something like, I think named fixed deposit, and you used to get something like 18%. And I said, put in your fixed deposit. And when it accumulates interest, don't think say have it. Let it stay there and keep on hard to it. Show your partner and hard to it. The other day she called me from Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
She said, you know something? You know something that thing you tell me about? I could buy a house. I
Okay.
bid on a house in Waterford.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? This man, no man, he was supposed to do more for his dad.
All
I
right.
know,
That's a point well taken. It's a point well
yes,
taken. Yeah.
I like just show Isaac that.
No, Isaac knows
This my
that.
man, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know
Well,
why he
I can tell you
no.
what I didn't know is that if I could advise these females how to buy a house, they would need me. So
Yeah,
I'd have
the financial advisor.
oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
talked to that young lady. Young lady married now and she have 2 kids, and she said, look, she tell her husband, no powers in this world can stop him from me to be her best friend in the
Well, that's
world.
good. We all
Because
need best friends.
I sure that she said 90% man would say that to her.
All right. Well,
So
look, thanks for the story. It's a good
these
illustration.
men in Jamaica need to drop them shoes
All right.
and
We're going to
and
make
do
that
the
message
right
clear to
thing.
them. All right
You
then.
talk about him to have 2 baby mother with 2 sons with 2 different baby mother. What
Right.
type of man he is?
All right. All right. Well, look, we have to go now, but your point is well taken. All right.
Yeah, I will talk to you next time
All
about
right. Thanks
something
for the
else.
support, my brother. Take care of yourself. Be well.
Yeah.
The somebody put inside there about the king's response. The king has not responded, but I didn't ask for a response. I asked him to take appropriate action. So next week we're going to put the letter in because several people have asked me about the letter because they want to write their own letter to King Charles. And so the letter will be up on the website, so you can go in and you can use the same language, or you can just use it as a template. Get an idea of what the letter should be like in terms of construction, and go forward. Second thing is, the gentleman who made a statement about comparing Jamaica uh,
Chicago.
to Chicago, he came back and said, "Well, you have to, there must be something that you can compare it against, because otherwise, how would you know how you're doing?" That's very simple. What they did in the chart, and I don't know, sir, if you had the time to look at the chart, they compared countries per 100,000, not. They didn't compare a country to a city, because if that's the case, you could pick a city in Jamaica that's very peaceful and say, "Well, look at the city; they have had no murders." I'm sure there are communities in Jamaica they haven't had a murder in a long time, and so they could say, "Look at this one," but that's not how it's done. It's done per 100,000 per country. So for you now to say, "Well, I'm going to take a city in America and compare it to the country of Jamaica," that's disingenuous. That's not how the system works. And they have a formula. It's per 100,000 per country. That's how it's done. So I hope that answers your question. Herb, you haven't spoken in a while. Let's hear from you because we're getting ready to wrap it up now.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I wanted to key on is what I said earlier about us being a developing country in Jamaica. Jamaica has been developing from 1962. And if you listen to what NIA and Dr. Trevor Monroe had to say, we had the Singapore people visit us and took our game plan, and they've ran with it, and they've maintained anti-corruption programs, and now they're on top. I just looked to see what the top 3 countries that are developing plans for AI, and the top is the USA with Singapore right behind them. These guys are on the game and they plan ahead, and they're doing an excellent job of planning and executing. So until we can get our act together, we're no
Right.
longer a developing country. We're a corrupt country, and we're stalling. That's exactly where we are.
All right. Caller, go ahead, please. We don't have much time.
Good night, Mr. Rattigan.
Good night, ma'am.
I had a I had a friend.
Yes.
She was about to book. She had a 10-year visa, and she traveled in the state like 3 or 4 times. A
Is
few
this an
years
immigration
back,
question?
yes.
All right. I'll tell you what. Call
Few
me.
years,
You have to call me right after the program. We don't do immigration questions on the program, but I'd be happy to take
okay,
your call after. All right. I'll sit around and wait
okay,
for you to
all
call me
right,
after. All
okay.
right. Bye bye. Yeah. For those people asking about the website, it's in a stage of development. We should have the website up and running by next week Saturday. So we'll provide you all the information you need regarding the website. John, your closing remarks, please.
Yeah, developing as well. I don't agree with that term. He said, as Herb correctly said, we've been developing from 1962. It's a term that's been invented by the IMF and the World Bank to pigeonhole countries. That's why it just pigeonholes them. And he put Jamaica in a position where he's saying, oh, because we're a developing country, certain loans, we won't get certain loans or certain conditions won't be met. So it's not, we're not developing. To develop, I'm sorry to go on about it, we must invest in education. That's what I'm going to get back to. That will alleviate your poverty, and moving forward, say, we'll have a foundation to build on. And in the short term, we must immediately turn to renewable energy, and we can then put people into jobs. We'll create industries. We'll have manufacturing, and we need that. We have to create jobs. That's in the short term.
All right. My good friend Nicole, go ahead, please. Welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well, doing well.
Herb was just talking about the book. The book is from the third world to the first. Lee Kuan Yew, and I think every Jamaican should read that. I have read it twice already, from the time I bought it when it just came out. That's something off. I think every Jamaican and everybody in leadership in Jamaica need to read it because it's a shame. But anyway, my thing is, I had tried to do a gun buyback program back about 10 years ago. And one of my problems with having it implemented was that I wanted the guns, when we were doing the gun buyback, to be crushed on site.
Yeah.
However, they did not want that. They wanted to take the guns and then they will do whatever with them afterwards. And my thing is not being trusting of the police system, in Jamaica. How am I sure that it's not going to start going back and it's coming right back on the street again?
Yeah.
But so my question, and this is to ISAT, do you think there's a way that you could assist us? I don't mind putting up a couple, thousands of dollars to do a buyback program where we could get something like a court order or something like that, where we could get it, but it's crushed on site. If there's going to be ballistic and they want to test them, we have to have where there's a chain and we know exactly where it is and we're following it and know that the gun that I just purchased for, say, $100 a piece is not coming back on the road to start back crime, because I'm trying to get the guns off the street.
All right.
Well, let me just answer that quick. The government itself had a really good buyback program. The issue of the crushing of the guns, for whatever reasons, I just don't think that people are into disposing guns. And so realistically, what would happen is the type of cleanup that we need. I personally would not encourage you to take your money. It's a noble cause, but it's not one that would be realistic in this space, because I've seen guns that they have bought back have showed up as the ballistic showing up years later. And so we need to clean up our police force. We need to change a lot of things in the government space before we can think of something honorable like that. What we need to do is protect our borders. We need to do a lot more. I don't think mandatory minimum sentences help either. But we need to, again, educate the people. I'm really trying to respond to you to say that if you have money, put it in education. Buy some laptops, buy some tablets, and just keep hoping that the kids get the opportunity. That's the most I do, especially, is to, instead of trying to buy back a gun, I buy the tablets and issue them randomly. And educate. Never lose sight of the importance of educating the people, because it is the next generation that is saving. The one that is current is lost, and irreparable. So we have to think of that and think vision 30 years from now. All
All
right.
right, thanks. Caller, go ahead, please.
Mr. Rattigan,
Yes, sir.
how are you?
Doing well. Thank you. You?
You're pretty good. Greetings to all of your uh, hosts. And I want to apologize to Mr. Buckingham because I thought his first name was, what was it again? Anyway, I thought I spelled his first name wrong.
Okay, no problem. His
Okay.
name is not.
Now,
Some people, by the way, some people have been calling him Isaac.
Isaac, yeah,
right. His first name is
I thought it was
Isat.
Isaac.
ISAT. Yes.
So I want to apologize for that.
No. Okay. He's
Anyway.
listening to you. You have a question for him?
Well, no, I sent you a note to let you know that the program I spoke to you earlier about, it's in an ebook on Barnes and Noble, and it's called Architecture of African Reparation Program.
Uh-huh.
And Jamaica is a pilot program.
Yes.
So all that you're discussing and all the solutions are in that.
Right. And I saw where you said that ISAT should be put in charge of that program.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's what the Spirit is telling us.
Okay.
So when you get the information, you can ask me all the questions you want to ask me, and I'll give you the answers.
Yeah, Herb is checking. Herb, do a search on that book for me, please, and we can talk about it tomorrow. What's the name of the book again, sir?
It's Architecture of African Diaspora Reparation.
Okay. Architecture of African Diaspora Reparation. And who's the author?
Well, Leslie Clayton.
Beg your pardon?
Well, Leslie Clayton.
Leslie Clayton. CLAYT.
Well, Leslie.
Well, Leslie. Well, Leslie.
W-E-
Yeah. Well, Leslie Clayton.
Right,
Okay.
right.
All right.
Okay. So
Herb
get
is our
back to
resident.
me.
Herb is our resident researcher, so an intelligence man. So I'm sure
Okay.
he'll look at it and then we'll get back in touch with you.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Take care of yourself. Be well. All right. That's the last call we're going to take. Herb, you have any closing words?
Well, no, I think we're just about explained our position on that corruption kills. It kills good programs. It kills all programs. The only people who have been benefiting over these past decades are the politicians and the private sector. It's up to them. And they're the only ones who can turn this ship around. And the only way you can convince them to turn the ship around is if you put them under the gun, the very gun that they're helping to bring in, and create a situation where they have to then call for change. But they're not there yet. For some reason, they're not there yet. And we can't have our people keep dying at this alarming rate so that people can line their pockets. It's unconscionable. And so I can't wait for us to be proactive in this arena to help to convince them that you need to make a change. You're going in the wrong direction. That's it.
Okay. All right. Isat.
I just want to say the show nice. I get to use the little sense in the brain. It's intellectually challenging. So I really thank you for that, and I'm happy to participate.
I know you're a busy man and I don't want to take up much of your time, but you said today at the end of your presentation, you said that's the part, that's what I'm doing for today.
So it sounded like you have plans to come back. Well, let me just say that we have plans for your return. But we know that you're a busy man. We know you're a busy man, and we don't want to impose on your time. So I mean, make this your home. I mean, if you feel
Yeah,
like
man.
coming on next week,
Definitely. I definitely, especially the aspect of the Constitution. I just want to
because here's the
complete that.
thing, I'd like you to finish up the constitutional piece because I have a piece that I'd like to add, and the piece I'm gonna do is called "Who is the real bro God in Jamaica?" But I
Oh,
can't do that until you finish. When you
right, which
finish
is what
your
I'm
piece,
saying. So I will
right,
be
then I will
I
go
will
to
be
the constitution.
returning to complete the charter aspects of it. So we go right
Okay,
back down to
all
the
right,
definition of court and state of emergency, so people have an understanding of what they should be expecting when they approach us and say we have a new constitution. Here's what it looks like.
fair enough.
Right.
Well, my closing remarks will be this: that the days of being a talk shop are over. We now have something in place where we can now go after this government, any government, previous government for wrongdoings committed, that really affected the people. We're not going to let people go simply because well, they'd call it an alleged crime, corruption or whatever was committed a few years ago. We're not going to let that happen. If we get the information, we're going to pursue it to the very end. And the very end means the very end, meaning that we have a cadre of investigators that they don't stop at anything, and they can go far beyond what the capabilities of the Integrity Commission are, because the Integrity Commission is focused primarily on what's going on in Jamaica. But we know that a lot of the money that's stolen, it's not in Jamaica, it's overseas. And once it's overseas, then that's where we step in and we're going to deal with it. So people, remember, you can start making your contributions today. You've seen the Citibank account number and the routing number and the email, because we are only accepting Zelle donations through Zelle through next week Saturday, when we'll announce the website, and at that point you can then use your bank card or you can use your credit card. But remember that we're all in this thing together, and we can't afford to fail because too many lives are at stake, and the time for talking is over. Thank you for joining me for Reason with Rattigan. I'll be on tonight at midnight, 11 o'clock Jamaica time, and we're going to play some rebel music, some reality reggae. Just tune in and listen to it, because last week we played some music and people were jumping up and down and dancing, and that's great. But tonight, we wanted to just sit and reflect and listen to the messages that we've been hearing from our singers and players of instruments for decades, including Isat's father, and how profound those messages were. Not only profound, but prophetic. And now things are coming to pass. So we need to take our time to just reflect, put the dancing aside. You can dance if you want, but tonight we're just going to focus on the message. So tune in tonight, Reason with Rattigan on Global Radio. Until then, walk good. We'll see you next week. Same time, same place. Thank you, panelists, all the panelists, for joining me, and we'll see each other next week. Take care. All right.
Yes, gentlemen, blessings. Hey, Will.